question, and where did I probably threw it away. All right, what is the distance between two peaks of a wave called? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Peggy, who I sang like in Hamilton, and Peggy. Hi, Peggy. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Peggy, what is the distance between two peaks in a wave called?
Seems kind of simple. Wavelength?
That's it. Yeah. The wavelength. Yep. You have the frequency and the wavelength. And hang on, Peggy. We're going to set you up with a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. If you're in the mood for seafood, Bonefish Grill's got you covered with new summer specials like the shrimp rangoon dip and pineapple glazed shrimp paired perfectly with a zesty key lime cake, and that's for dessert. So visit bonefishgrill.com. Few things to get into. We are going to start with this one. On Thursday, the Texas-based company called Celestis announced that Nichelle Nichols, who of course played Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek, her cremated remains will go into deep space aboard what has been aptly named the Vulcan rocket. And Nichols, who made history as the first black woman in a leading role on primetime television, passed away at the age of 89 on July 30th. She won't be the only one who will be having their ashes released. Of course, Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry, his wife Majel Barrett.
Yes.
And James Doohan, of course, who played Scotty, will be aboard the flight as well.
So Majel Barrett played Christine Chapel, Nurse Chapel on Star Trek.
And Nichols, who starred as Uhura, also advocated for women to go into space. Never got to travel to space herself while she was alive. Her son, Kyle Johnson, said in a statement, "My only regret is that I cannot share this eternal tribute standing beside my mother at the launch. I know she would be profoundly honored for this unique experience and enthusiastically encourage all of her fans to join us vicariously by contributing your thoughts, affections, memories, NN-inspired success." Oh, that's her name, Nichelle Nichols. It says NN-inspired success. "Dreams and aspirations via email to be launched with her on this flight." Wow, he wrote.
She was beloved by the fans. There had been rumors for years that at some point Gene Roddenberry and she had an affair.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, at conventions and stuff, they adored her.
The Enterprise flight will travel 93 million miles to 186 million miles into deep space and will release more than 200 flight capsules containing cremated ash remains, special messages, and DNA samples.
What
of
if,
various people,
hypothetically, an alien race manages to find them and rebuilds them and sends them back to Earth?
I was thinking the exact same thing. And
wouldn't that be perfect?
They arrive in their version of the Enterprise, and it all becomes real.
It's like that scene in Galaxy Quest.
Totally.
I knew it!
Yep. So we'll wait and see if this ends up happening. But no, I think it's a neat little,
it's wonderful
tribute because think about the people that were in the NASA program, have been forever, that were inspired.
Star Trek fans, absolutely.
By Star Trek to follow that path and get into space exploration. It's incredible.
I was reading an interview with one of the engineers. This is years ago, but it was pretty fascinating. And they talked about watching episodes of Star Trek and saying, let's try to do something like that.
Yeah. Wow. And the various cast members have said over the years that they've met these NASA geniuses who have gone, I did this because of you. And they're like, what? Us? This little program thing we were doing?
It's like when people tell us they became neurosurgeons because of us.
Because of us. I know.
And we don't understand that.
It's flattering.
Yeah.
All right, on to Dancing with the Stars. Cheryl Burke has shared some intriguing details about her cheating ex. She was one of the first ones that I had a little crush on.
From
Dancing with the Stars. In a TikTok video posted on Wednesday, she shakes her head while Adele's Set Fire to the Rain plays in the background. Text displays over the video, and it reads, "When he said he would never talk to her again, yet I found text messages, Viagra, and a necklace hidden in a pair of shoes."
Who's he?
Her ex. We don't know exactly.
Wait, was she talking about Adele?
No. Adele is simply the soundtrack to this video as she is recounting this ex who was cheating on her.
No, you're thinking he's cheating on her with Adele.
That's what I thought you were saying.
No.
It's with Nichelle Nichols.
Who is dead now, unfortunately. Yeah. But Burke added in the caption, quote, "The last time I is absolutely right. Goodbye forever." And then she had the hashtags exes suck, the last time, goodbye forever, and hope it was worth it.
These kind of things sit sort of me in the pocket of the posting on Twitter. I can't stop crying. What happened?
Well,
Yeah, who is this?
yeah, like, why are you putting this out there for everybody? Unless it's something that.
It's to shame the guy.
Well, shame the guy,
I'm
of course,
sure.
but
Then
really,
give us his name.
Do you need this information out? But maybe it's for her because she says the last time is absolutely right. Goodbye forever. Like maybe she needed to post that for her to not go back.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
To
It's
extort
like,
herself.
It's
Yes.
like telling everyone, hey, I'm quitting smoking.
Right. And
Right.
And then if you give up on that,
that everybody knows.
everybody knows you're going to be
Right.
called out and you're going to be shamed into, really
Right.
to quitting. So while she didn't name the ex in question, she is in the middle of a divorce from Boy Meets World star Matthew Lawrence. She filed for divorce from Lawrence on Valentine's Day this year, citing irreconcilable differences. That's got to be it, I would think.
He's the kind of guy who would keep Viagra in his shoes.
Abington native.
I'm sorry. Oh, he's from Abington?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Lawrences.
Well, you know
So-
how they roll in Abington.
He was recently spotted in Hawaii with TLC, not the program,
Right,
but
yeah.
the group. TLC's Rosanda Chili Thomas less than a month ago.
He was sucking on a chili dog.
But a representative for Chile said that there's nothing romantic going on between them, by the way. So, and we don't have the sucking on a chili dog song right it was in the bottom left-hand corner here the other day, but not anymore. Casey's not here today.
And he's sucking on a chili dog. Or he's going to get his chili dog probed.
Yeah,
So to speak.
He's getting a colonoscopy.
Yeah.
I would imagine afterwards he will have a chili dog to celebrate that it is all done with. Don't worry about it, Marissa. We're going to move on to something else here. Following reports that he and his wife of 25 years, Jennifer Flavin, are divorcing, Sylvester Stallone told TMZ that he will, quote, always love her.
Of course. That's what you tell TMZ.
Yes. Hey, you got that one, Marissa? Thank you.
I always love you.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for the boy.
You want to dance with somebody, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. The outlet had previously reported that the pair
I'm going to love my dog more.
were splitting up due to a fight about his Rottweiler, Dwight. And addressing this, Stallone said that while they did disagree about how to care for the pet, the former couple, quote, and he said, did not end the relationship on such a trivial argument.
We felt it might have been sort of a flashpoint, but there were other things happening.
He noted that he and Flavin just, quote, went in different directions.
We got to step away.
He said, "Oh, now we bring Journey into the into the mix here." He added, "I have the highest respect for Jennifer. I will always love her. She is an amazing woman, and she is the nicest human being
I'm sailing away.
that I have ever met."
Now you're just singing yacht rock.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful. To the left and see.
And now Sylvester Stallone sings Yacht Rock.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo.
Domo,
Domo.
domo. Oh, there's one of our bumper beds.
Yeah. And Stallone sings bumper bed. It was very useful when you're coming in and out of breaks.
Here we go. Here's Stallone singing Yacht Rock.
Arigato. I'm a robot. I did dystopian future.
You used to work at, what was the name of that club where the robot was?
Pulsations. 2 drink minimum Friday nights. Tea night on Sunday.
Meanwhile, Mr. Roboto has like a minute-long intro to it.
Does.
But yeah, he said that he's being very low-key about this, and I'm wondering if she is going to retort to him saying this is,
I love a good torts.
I have respect for her and will always love her and all that stuff. So
I think, listen, so that would probably happen after division of assets.
yes.
So they'll try to split everything up nicely.
Yep. And it's California, so
Right,
they got to
50-50.
split it down the middle.
That's
so.
right. And then the robot gets 10%.
Oh,
I am a modern man. Secret.
All right. Well, anyhow, they apparently everything's okay with them.
Let's hear it for the boy.
Good song.
Other than, what would you expect to pay for this amazing music package? Olivia Wilde has opened up about why she fired Shia LaBeouf from her film Don't Worry, Darling, in a recent interview with Variety. She said, I say this as someone who is such an admirer of his work. His process was not conducive to the ethos that I demand in my productions. He has a process that, in some ways, seems to require a combative energy.
Just do it.
And I don't personally believe that is conducive to the best performances.
Just do it.
The Booksmart actress added that.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
That you,
Just do it.
that you wanted to nurture a safe working environment. She said, I believe that creating a safe, trusting environment is the best way to get people to do their best work. Ultimately, my responsibility is to the production and to the cast to protect them, and that was my job.
Do you know what's going on with him now?
No.
He has embraced Catholicism, and he has embraced Latin Mass, like the old style Latin Mass.
Wow, really?
Yes, like he has gone, and it's his thing now. He's an interesting dude.
Months after the firing took place, his ex-girlfriend, FKA Twigs Fakah, sued him for relentless abuse, including sexual battery. And Wilde said, a lot came to light after this happened that really troubled me in terms of his behavior. I find myself just really wishing him health and evolution because I believe in restorative justice.
Rob Pattinson was with Fakah for quite a while.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay. I bet he was nicer.
he's much nicer.
Yeah. All right. Actor Noah Schnapp from Stranger Things plays Will Byers.
Yes.
Revealed in December that he is attending the University of Pennsylvania, with Netflix sharing a video of him and his family excitedly reacting to his acceptance to the Ivy League school. In the clip, you can be seen wearing a Wharton school hoodie.
So is he going for business?
He is going for business. He won't be studying film or drama. It will be business. And he had said, I was thinking of going for acting. Acting was just kind of repetitive, and I wanted to try something new.
Well, business will serve him well.
He added that co-star Millie Bobby Brown is taking a similar approach to her education as a human services major at Purdue University, though she's attending that school virtually. He said, she's kind of learning about other things. I thought that it would make more sense to do something different, and business was pretty clear next thing for me. It turns out that he's already something of a businessman himself. He is the founder of a snack company called TBH.
What's that?
Which focuses on providing a more sustainable version of Nutella
I love Nutella.
that the company makes without using palm oil. As he told Forbes last year, ahead of TBH's launch, harvesting palm oil is a significant contributor to deforestation. In addition to preparing to attend Penn and working on his snack brand, he said that he is also working as a lifeguard as just a thing for fun.
Just like you, Kathy.
Yeah.
It was fun being a lifeguard. What there's Nick, do you know which school does it for the I think it's the professional athletes. There's some sort of business program.
It's Harvard.
Is it Harvard?
Yeah,
okay. And they can go and they basically get a degree for business I guess they can do it at any point in their career.
I think it's Wharton as well, too, because Connor Barwin is in that program right now.
Is he?
Yeah, and a lot of local athletes.
Yeah, James Van Reems did the Harvard one, so maybe it's a few Ivies.
Oh,
Are they? Is it gratis for them, or is it?
I don't know, but
Sometimes it's like an internship
All right.
through the NFL or through whatever major league sport they're with.
No, they get at least the one at Harvard, they get a degree.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so we will look for him on Penn's campus coming up, which
It'll be
probably moving in this week.
Yeah, they're already in. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. No, Sips is hot with Wharton kids right now.
Sips.
Center City Sips, the Wednesday night parties.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
all over the city.
Joe E. Tata, known for his role as the Peach Pit diner owner.
Yeah.
Nat Busicchio on 90210 passed away on Wednesday.
Aw.
Tata's daughter, Kelly, shared the news on the actor's GoFundMe page and had said it was previously revealed he suffered from Alzheimer's disease.
Oh, that sucks. He was a good character on that show.
Yeah.
Kelly added that the remaining funds raised from this campaign will be donated to the Alzheimer's Association. Ian Ziering took to Instagram on Thursday to honor him and said one of the happiest people I've ever worked with. Said he was generous with his wisdom as well as with his kindness. Though the Peach Pit was a 90210 set, it often felt like the backdrop to the Joe E. Tata show.
It's part of the 90210 curse, Preston.
The stories of days gone by that he would share, incredible experiences in the entertainment industry that he was a part of, would keep us all captivated. He also had roles. He'd been acting for quite a while. General Hospital. He goes back to The Outer Limits.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Roberts, Mannix, the FBI, The Streets of San Francisco, all of those
shows, yeah.
So sad news in the world of 90210. Iconic opera singer Luciano Pavarotti was posthumously honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Oh, cool. He's next to Carrot Top, right?
Yeah, he is right. The ceremony installed the 2,730th star on the Los Angeles Boulevard, honoring the man who many consider one of the greatest tenors of all time.
And as per his request, he is next to Rick Dees.
Pavarotti died in 2007, and his daughter, Christiana Pavarotti, attended the ceremony on his behalf and spoke about the honor. She said, our gratitude goes out to all of those that strongly wanted, supported, and contributed to organizing celebrations honoring my father. If I think back to all he's achieved, if I think back at the trails he has blazed, at all his successes and acknowledgments, I still feel dizzy, she said. I wish I could express just how much I would love for him to be here today, but alas, not even the stars hold so much power. I trust by now you know that I have always been a fan of my father myself, and unapologetically so.
Do you remember
he was amazing, man.
Do you remember they tried to get a bit of a movie career going for him, and he was in a romantic movie. He played an opera singer.
Oh.
And he had the love interest and the whole deal. Nick, I don't know if you can quickly look there, but yeah, they gave this big push. They felt they could sell him as a romantic lead.
Okay.
It didn't really work.
I guess not.
Yeah.
But if you do ever see footage of him singing, you're like, it's just incredible that he can belt out the way that he did,
his version of him performing Ave Maria as well.
Oh,
yeah,
it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's called Yes, Giorgio.
Yes,
Steve.
that's it.
I believe he was also once on Sesame Street.
Really?
And he was also in the first Expendables.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he play Big Bird on Sesame Street?
No, he played himself.
I'm a large bird.
Let's see, a few more things to run by you. In a recent interview with the Hollywood Reporter Hunger Games star Jenna Malone, I love her,
Yes, great.
commented on how it felt to come out as pansexual last weekend. She said, it felt so nice. I've been thinking about it for a while. The sexual journey is so beautiful. I mean, all of the identity journeys are so cool. I feel like I'm a little bit late to the game in being able to have less shame, she said. But she made the official statement about that. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis have taken the relationship challenge, and the results are cute. While people...
This just in cute results from a relationship test.
While people reports that...
Experts called it cute.
That the challenge went viral in 2020. Kutcher posted a video to Instagram of the couple taking it on Wednesday. Both cover their eyes and answer questions like, who said I love you first?
Oh, okay. So is this where this... Okay, they
who's
point
the
to each
funny
other.
one?
Right.
Kutcher captioned the post, Grandma and Grandpa hopped on a trend 3 months late, but it made us laugh. So the results were cute.
So a lot of times what will happen is you'll have the parents, like you would stand behind your two sons, Preston, and then there's a quiz about character traits, and you would point to the one.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's similar.
So they did it.
And it was cute.
It's so cute. Let me see. I have too many things and not enough time.
Yeah.
But I'm going to add this. How about The Walking Dead star Jeffrey Dean Morgan? Negan
Yes.
is joining the cast of The Boys
Oh!
for its 4th season, according to Variety.
Love it.
Morgan will be a recurring guest star on the season. but his character is being kept under wraps for now. Wouldn't it be great if they went totally against type for him? Because he can play such a he can play anything, really. But he is great as a strong, mean, menacing character.
Yeah, make him a real corporate dweeb, you know? Yeah, against that. But like they did.
They won't.
Have you haven't watched yet?
No, I had another friend call me the other day and tell me you've got to see it, and I'm going to.
That opening.
Yeah, I did see the first.
Yeah.
I saw the first episode. I know what happens there.
All right.
And then Deadline reports that Joe Pesci is coming out of retirement.
What?
He will join Pete Davidson and Edie Falco for Bupkiss, which sounds
Bupkiss
sounds kind of like Budkiss. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, Bupkiss.
Bupkiss.
The Peacock live-action comedy tells a fictionalized version of Davidson's life, and Pesci is going to play his grandfather.
The last thing I remember him doing was the Irishman.
Yeah,
and that was it.
And Falco will play his mother. So that's a very interesting cast.
Yeah.
All right, I think we need to jump ahead, and there are new movies opening this weekend. Do you happen to have that intro, Marissa? It's the... Casey's not here today. We could do it ourselves.
Yeah.
Please do.
Go.
It's just as good.
Boom. I think we got
Loved it. Nailed it.
Yeah, we
Nailed
definitely
it.
got it.
All right, so let's see here. Opening today, Samaritan.
Sylvester Stallone.
That is correct. It's an action fantasy. Stars Sylvester Stallone, Javon Walton, and Joshua Palenko. 13-year-old Sam clearly suspects that his mysterious and reclusive neighbor, Mr. Smith, is actually a legend hiding in plain sight. 20 years ago, Granite City's super-powered vigilante Samaritan was reported dead after a fiery warehouse battle with his rival nemesis. Most believe Samaritan perished in the fire, but some of the city, like Sam, have hope that he is still alive. With crime on the rise and the city on the brink of chaos, Sam makes it his mission to coax his neighbor out of hiding to save the city from ruin. It's an hour and 39 minutes long, rated PG-13, streaming on Amazon Prime. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 37%.
Read some mixed reviews, but I'm probably going to check it out.
Yep. Also opening is The Invitation. It's a horror and mystery film starring, is it Natalie Emmanuel?
Yeah, we love her.
Thomas Doherty and Alan Bowden. After the death of her mother and having no other known relatives, Evie takes DNA tests and discovers a long-lost cousin she never knew she had. Invited by her newfound family to a lavish wedding in the English countryside, she is at first seduced by the sexy aristocrat, but is soon thrust into a nightmare of survival as she uncovers twisted secrets in her family's history and the unsettling intentions behind their sinful generosity. It's an hour and 44 minutes long, rated PG-13. It's wide release theaters today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 20% score. And then finally, 3,000 Years of Longing. Fantasy drama stars Tilda Swinton, Idris Elba, and Amito Lagam. Dr. Alethea Binney is an academic, content with life, and a creature of reason. While in Istanbul attending a conference, she happens to encounter a djinn, who is like a genie.
Yes.
Who offers her 3 wishes in exchange for his freedom. This presents 2 problems. First, she doubts that he is real, and second, because she is a scholar of story mythology, she knows all the cautionary tales of wishes gone wrong. The djinn pleads in his case by telling her fantastical stories of his past. Eventually, she is beguiled and makes a wish that surprises them both. Hour and 48 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release, and it gets the highest score of our 3 with a 66% at Rotten Tomatoes.
This is a George Miller movie, and visually he's always pretty impressive, so I kind of want to see this.
All right, now we're ready for clips. Comedy legends Mark Wahlberg and Kevin Hart pair up in the new film Me Time, and in this clip, Mark speaks to Jimmy Fallon about the humiliating stunts that Hart made him perform. Here we go.
And then he's got me ass naked, excuse my language. He's got me in Daisy Dukes on a boat. I'm like, is this supposed to be funny, or are they just making fun of me? But
I think the first scene you're naked in the first scene.
But it was in the very first scene in front of like, you know, a crew of 200 people and another 100 extras, and I'm like, but I had sneakers on.
Me Time premieres on Netflix today. See See if it's any good.
Yeah.
Next clip. The Invitation, supernatural horror thriller, follows a woman's journey on discovering the dark secrets hidden in her past. And here, Natalie Emanuel explains why this movie is not realistic.
Destination wedding with a long-lost relative, a stranger, and goes alone. I always joke that if it was me in this situation, that movie would have ended in the scene with my best friend, who's like, "Are you going to go meet him?" And we'd be like, "Nah."
The Invitation is in theaters today.
We remember we interviewed her for Army of Thieves.
Army of Thieves.
And
yes.
she's just glorious.
She is beautiful.
Yeah.
She was really sweet, too.
Yeah.
And a great actress. All right, and that is our entertainment report for the time being. We're going to take a break. We got some guests on the program today. Luenell, who's going to be at Healing Comedy Club, is stopping by today. And we're going to talk to Michael Yo as well, because he's got his show Blasian, which is on Apple TV. So we'll chat with those guys, and let's give some stuff away. I've got some tickets to see Paul Reiser.
Excellent.
Stand-up comedy, Friday, November 11th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. And we'll take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR, and you will be good to go. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. We'll be back in a second. Hang with us on this No Sad Bro Friday morning. Who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl, revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right, anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays
I gotcha.
later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm going to tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell. Because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather?
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's going
no. It's I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio. Right now.
full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, you know, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine, and it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up, and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden, everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele. And he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys,
and you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
All right, thank you, Kathy. A little later on this morning. Oh, you know what? Just a reminder that we are still taking people signing up for the presidency Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia edition.
Oh, it's going to be a good one.
The prize is a meet and greet and VIP tickets for the Always Sunny podcast Monday, September 19th at the Met in Philadelphia. There's 2 shows, by the way. They're both sold out, so we will get you, although they did release like some
tickets,
limited edition tickets, so you can get those now. But if you think you know anything and everything about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and you can absolutely beat someone else in a head-to-head competition of trivia, you need to go to PrestonandSteve.com and enter and tell us why you think you know the gang better than anyone else in Philadelphia. 2 contestants are going to be selected to face off in studio in a trivia competition on September 1st. The deadline to enter is on Monday at 10 a.m.
All right.
So make sure that you do that now, and you'll find it at PrestonandSteve.com. So we haven't done the Battle of Experts in a little while.
And you basically write an essay and convince us why you're an expert.
Yep, and we'll choose 2 people based on that, and we'll get you in here. All right, you know what? It's the end of the week, and I've noticed some stuff that I think that I should pass along to you. It is my job.
The noticer spent an entire week noticing so you don't have to. That's what he does.
All right, and actually...
Down an empty alleyway, across an empty field. He's always there noticing when you don't have time to.
And actually...
I don't think the noticer knows where his mask is.
No, Did
the noticer lose his noticer mask?
I may have.
I think you lost it.
I thought it was
I
in
noticed you lost your mask.
I thought it was in that pint glass right there, but I guess not.
It's all right.
That sucks.
It'd probably give you a migraine anyway.
The noticer says that sucks. All right, well, anyhow.
It's like Simon Says.
The first thing that I noticed actually was noticed first.
Pre-noticed.
By Steve Morrison. It's been pre-noticed. But Fashion Month is approaching.
Yes, of course, and that's why I'm so dolled up today.
4 of the main fashion capitals, New York, London, Milan, and Paris, are preparing to welcome editors, stylists, and influencers throughout September. So that's Fashion Month. Now, the thing is, a lot of people mispronounce Beauty brands and fashion brands.
We've had this very discussion on the show about how you pronounce these different things. We always defer to Kathy and or Marissa. But Kathy,
I'm not good at it because a lot of them are foreign.
Yes. So what I can do is I can see what you tell us how to pronounce these things, Kathy. So I think you're probably the studio expert.
I think you're probably right.
You guys are
I don't think so. But,
looking over my abilities to.
Well, I think you would probably pronounce properly.
Bagels. Yes. And breakfast pizza.
I'll go through some of the ones that are most mispronounced and let you know the order that they're in. So, like, I know you know how to pronounce this, Kathy. I'm going to spell it because I'm not going to say what it is. That would defeat the purpose.
Right, yeah.
Hermes.
Yeah, Hermes.
Hermes, which a lot of people say
Hermes.
Hermes.
Yeah.
Or
like from Rudolph. Hermes.
Yes.
Hermes.
LOUISVUITTON.
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. I would assume people say Louis Vuitton.
Did you see? It just speaks to the expensive nature of it, but it was footage of these, people storming in and grabbing stuff and running. You see footage of it constantly where they're robbing these higher-end stores. I think it was on maybe off a Rodeo Drive or whatever. But Preston, they maybe grabbed 4 things.
And they were good.
$200,000 worth of. I'm like, what?
I know. It's crazy. It's insane. Some of these I'm just going to say because I think we know. But Versace.
Right.
Yeah.
I
guess
Versace. Some people say no, Versace.
Versace.
VERSACE. Now, here's one. All right. Now, I probably would have. I know how to pronounce this now.
Okay.
But I probably would have mispronounced it. GIVENCHY.
Oh, right.
Givenchy.
Yes.
Givenchy.
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 By the way, are you a fan of these higher end?
Not this one. I don't know too much about
Givenchy.
Yeah.
Gucci is mispronounced.
Gucky.
Yeah, to Gucky, I guess.
No, nobody says that. Really?
Yeah. These are some of the most searched how to pronounce
Gucky.
I feel like that's like my dad saying Target.
Yeah.
He just does it on purpose.
Yeah, right.
So Yves Saint Laurent.
Right, yeah.
And that's how you say that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yves Saint Laurent. Now, this one I'm not familiar. LOEWE.
LOEWE.
Yeah.
LOE.
I was looking.
You
'cause
looking
I don't,
it up?
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking up as you were.
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it. Louis, or at a quick glance, I would say Lowe's.
Yeah.
Lowe's. That's what it looks
the
like.
hardware store.
Oh, it's okay. It's Spanish. Spanish luxury fashion house.
It's pronounced Loewe.
Loewe.
Yeah, Loewe. And they show you the correct pronunciations and they write them out phonetically, but they don't put in any accent marks.
I know. You need to do that.
You need that. All right, so how about this one? JACQUEMUS. You ever heard of that one?
No.
One more time.
Yes, I've heard
Spell
of it,
again?
but I don't know how to pronounce it.
JACQUEMUS.
Jacques Mousse?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
I didn't go through all of them because I wanted to play on air live.
Jacques Mousse.
Jacques Mousse. Why don't you forget the Jacques Mousse for a moment?
Is that how you would say it, Nick?
Jacques Mousse. Yeah.
Why don't you forget the Jacques Mousse
for a moment?
So, Jacques Mousse, I'm not familiar with them.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
Yeah, Marissa.
You got it, Marissa. Casey's not here. Marissa's trying to keep up. It's hard. It's a lot of stuff. Casey knows these sound effects like the back
I'm
of
going
his
to take
hand.
a picture of this page so people can see what you try to do in a split second.
Take a picture of this one.
Yes.
Ooh,
All right,
Jacques
so-
Mousse is good looking.
How about this one?
The guy? The designer?
Let me see.
He's not on your
Ooh.
team, Kathy. Don't worry.
Oh, he's not?
He's openly gay and married to a guy named Marco.
He
Yeah.
kind of looks like the guy from You.
Yeah, a little
That
bit.
show?
Yeah.
All right. How about this one? MOSCHINO.
Massimo?
What?
MOS.
Oh, Moschino.
Moschino. No, and that's not how you pronounce it. Moschino.
Moschino.
So you got that
They
one
would,
wrong.
who is this whore who mispronounces the name?
And this one I'm not even going to, well, I'll spell it D-I-O-R.
Oh, Dior.
Dior, yeah. All right, so those are the most mispronounced fashion brands, the most mispronounced beauty brands.
All right.
Now this
is my specialty.
Okay.
All right. then the little
Apostrophe.
Thank you. I was like, comma, no.
L.
What is that?
L. Asteroid.
Patting 1,000.
We are so out of this realm.
L apostrophe OCCITANE.
The soap place.
What? How do you pronounce it?
I don't know.
One more time.
The soap place.
I'm going to take a crack at it, Preston. One more time.
L apostrophe
Yeah.
OCCITANE.
No, that's a tough one.
L'Occitane.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you got it. L'Occitane. CERAVE.
Say it again.
CERAVE.
Cerave?
I use their soap.
CeraVe.
CeraVe.
They sell it at Target.
Yeah. That's why I use their soap.
Okay.
Wow.
How about this one? SCHWARZ.
Oh, God.
KOPF.
I don't know this one.
Come on.
You know this one.
Anybody want to?
Swarovski.
No.
Oh.
Schwarzkopf.
Oh.
Kopf.
Voskopf?
Kopf is how it ends.
Yeah, Kopf.
Schwarzkopf. Kopf. Shop. Yeah. Shops. Schwarz. Yeah. Kopf.
Shots the F up.
We don't have yeah cup. That's what we're going for here.
It's all right.
It's okay.
Nick's okay with it
We've
not
been
happening.
really dumb. Don't worry about it.
What do they do?
I'm not going through it. This is
haircut.
this is excruciating.
Well, and people don't. I feel like the
And they sell them at
designer
Target?
the designer brands are much more popular than some of these.
Here's one. La Roche-Posay. Estee Lauder is
Yes.
mispronounced a lot.
What? How do they say it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Estee Lauder?
Yeah, I
Louder.
would think that.
Yeah.
That's why
Cindy
they would say it.
Lauper?
Laneige. I don't know. I'm just going to say these and see
Yeah.
how you guys react. I don't know. Guerlain. Anybody know that one?
No. Kathy,
How do
now
you spell it?
you live in this world a little bit, so
No, I can't use any products with anything in it. I use the stuff from Target that has absolutely no ingredients in it.
Wow.
But will still wash my
really?
face.
So you have to have a very regulated cosmetics regimen, right?
Yeah, I can't use any of this fancy stuff.
Use Barbasol?
Glossier.
Marron glacé?
Marron glacé. And Lancôme.
Lancôme,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
of course.
Know that one?
Lancôme.
Yeah, Lancôme.
What about your car?
And Shiseido.
Shiseido?
Yeah, Shiseido. Shiseido. I don't know where the accents fall in this because they didn't.
They really dropped the ball on that. You need to have those asteroids.
There was some of these stuff though. There was, I think it was a Swedish brand of face soaps and lotions and stuff like that I was using for a little while. But some of this stuff is so expensive.
Oh yeah.
I bought it at a place in Old City, and so I got it for a decent price. But I remember looking to refill, and I went online, and it was like $200 and something for soap. I was like, I can't. I'm not doing this. I can't.
Come
do this.
on. You know.
And I ended up not being able to use it anyway.
Let me ask you a question. So hang on with the higher end fashion stuff.
Right.
Let's say because we went into the Louis Vuitton store one time, and my head nearly spun around when I saw the numbers associated with that. So I couldn't believe a bag, a suitcase, any of these things cost what they were. Are they, for that type of money, are they incredibly durable?
Yeah.
Okay. They would have
That's
to
the thing.
be,
You'll have
right?
if you buy it, that's the thing that if you buy a Louis Vuitton bag or something like that, you're investing in it because it's so much damn money, but it's gonna last you. I mean,
Kathy.
I have a bag. I have a bag that I have had. I mean, I get 20 years.
But you only
like that.
drag it out once in a great while?
Well, so there was a time when it was my everyday bag. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
But now, yes, I'll just pull it out every once in a while.
There's a travel years ago for an anniversary. I got Claire a Louis Vuitton bag, and that for travel, and that thing looks like it's brand new, and she's used the hell out of it.
And you can also get them repaired. So if there's if there's something happens to the strap or something like that, you can have it repaired.
There's a belt for $590 on here. A belt.
Come on.
What does that do? Hold your pants up.
Yeah, but it's also like a whole marketing thing. Like,
No, I know that. I mean, but shut up. You know, I mean, I know it's yes, people are going to know it's a Louis Vuitton, and you know,
But it's bigger than that. It's like you buy it
Louis
for
Vuitton.
You buy it for a status symbol to prove that you do have the money to do that. But
no,
if
no.
But
Yeah,
I was
you
gonna
do.
say, if
No,
you,
absolutely
let me finish.
not. I have a belt. I didn't buy it so that people know that I had money to buy
a
it.
Louis Vuitton belt.
I have a Gucci belt. I did not
Gucci?
buy that so that I could come in here and you guys would look at me and go, wow, she had the money to buy a
But
Gucci
some
belt.
people do.
Some
A
people,
lot of people
not-
do.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anybody going to say anything about my Gucky belt?
Marissa and Kathy, can you guys spot a knockoff if you see a Louis Vuitton knockoff bag on the street?
I mean, there's really good knockoffs that no, if you're walking down the street, yeah, sure. There are some that are terrible that you could see, but I mean,
They're
there's
pretty amazing.
Well, but there's specific things, like especially because they can knock off the outside, but the inside is what they have a problem with, and
Yeah.
that's more so how you can tell.
My girlfriend will point out knockoffs to me, and I can't tell the difference. I have no idea what she's talking about, but she sees them, and like I guess sometimes Kathy, the way that the handle is sewn onto the bag, you
Yeah,
can tell the difference, or
totally.
like the color. Like there are specifics, but a man to an untrained eye like
To
mine,
the layperson,
oh
yeah.
my God, Steve, I have no idea what any.
Well, I will tell you this:
There's serial numbers and stuff that come with
Okay.
them too.
Yes.
That's why people who resell their stuff, that's how you can tell if
But
it's
Kathy,
real.
the knockoff market is huge. And if you go up to Manhattan, or used to be the case,
Canal Street.
walk around, you'll
Yeah.
see, oh, wow, look at this Rolex Kia.
Oh, dude, I bought fake Tag Heuers there when those watches hit and they were big. I bought like 5 of those things.
If you don't mind my asking, how much were the knockoffs?
Oh,
Like
they were
$50?
$30.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
$30, and they would fall apart.
Yeah.
They would absolutely fall apart.
Right, but
You
for a
know,
hot
eventually,
minute-
but for half a year, it looked great.
Exactly.
You know. But yeah, it's crazy how expensive some of this stuff is. All right, anyhow, let me move along. I did notice some other things, and we'll get
There's
to
more
those.
to notice.
There is.
Time is of the essence.
Let's see. Scientists at the University of California, Berkeley, found that people are much less willing to help a stranger or donate cash to charity when they're tired.
What?
Get away from me.
Even losing just an hour of sleep leads to a drop in the amount of money that people donate to good causes.
So the sleep number bed has made us more generous.
That's it. There
Yes.
you go. Adults should get 7 to 9 hours in bed per night, but 3/4 sleep less than they should.
I mean, is it really just saying like if you're cranky, you're just not?
I think that's
what,
probably it.
That's what I'm taking from this study.
Right.
And I think that it comes down to you're so beat. It's like I need to recover. I need to think about me for a minute.
I need my money.
Then I'll think about other people.
I need my money.
Yeah. But no, I mean, as far as just being
Generous.
self-care,
Right,
Let me
right.
take care of me first, and then once I'm right, then I'm ready to help everybody out.
If I'm tired, if I pass somebody who's looks like in a bad way and is asking for money, I'll do that. But yeah, I can see that being perhaps the reason, Preston. It's like I can't think about anybody else right now. I just made it poopies.
So the study author, Professor Matthew Walker, said helping is a core feature of humankind. So this demonstrates that a lack of sleep degrades the fabric of human society itself.
Oh, wow, that's big.
How
big
we operate as social species seems profoundly dependent on how much sleep we are getting. The study in the Journal of PLOS Biology quizzed people after one night's bad sleep and over a longer period of time, and counted charity donations after the clocks went back. Questioning found people were 7.5% less likely to help a stranger or even a friend when sleep deprived compared to when they were well rested.
I wonder if they've ever broken down whether you're more likely to give money to somebody. You see somebody who likes hang outside of a place and open the door for you, or somebody who's just simply sitting there with a cup, or or the people who actively weave in and out of traffic. And, will hit you up as they walk past your car with the sign. Like when you're getting on the Ben Franklin Bridge and you come around.
You're asking, what's the best way to panhandle?
What's the best way to panhandle?
Yeah,
Who are you mostly? Yeah, I guess if they do something for you, you're like, okay. Although I feel bad for the guys at the bridge. I'm always.
Do you?
Yeah. So a girlfriend of mine, she never gives them money.
Yeah.
But she specifically, because she's a realtor, so she travels.
Here's a house.
A lot.
snacks?
No. She will always have snacks in her car.
Oh.
She will roll down the window and give them like granola bars and stuff.
Are
like
they
that.
receptive?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather do that because I've also seen the stories of enabling people that have drug problems
Right,
and things
yeah.
like that, or people that are flat out scamming.
Right, they get into their
And,
Mercedes.
yeah, I mean, so
I try to to think of it, I'm doing it for the right. Like I'm giving, and if I'm being played, I at least I tried to do it for the right reason.
And you're hoping maybe that the percentage works out that
That's what
the
I'm
majority
hoping.
goes to somebody who legitimately needs the help.
I could be completely wrong, but that's the way I play it.
Yep. So,
hell.
Hell, I don't know. A study of, by the way, 3 out of 4 people experienced the drop in helpfulness.
That's pretty crazy.
A pretty significant amount. Losing just a single hour's sleep when the clocks changed as well was enough to make a whole society less generous with their cash, according to the scientists.
So I'll say this, Preston, and then if you are, in fact, a panhandler who listens to the show, do that in the morning after people have had a full night's sleep. You're more likely to find more charitable people. Correct?
Well, you're hoping they did.
Right.
I mean, but 3/4 of the people don't get a full night's sleep. MRI scans revealed less activity in parts of the brain called the social cognition network.
It's a great network.
When someone was drained, and this made them meaner.
Oh, wow.
They said we know insufficient sleep affects mood, memory, and decision-making ability, so it can have a big impact on people, obviously.
We were talking in the meeting the other day about daylight saving time and whether or not it's going away, and Chuck said that he didn't think that it had passed. It did pass.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen any updates since March because we've talked about it a few times, and I was just looking for it. It was supposed to end next year. Next November was supposed to be the last one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's actually going to happen.
The first step it needed to pass. I think there's more.
It has to go up in front of Parliament.
Well, there's just more that needs to happen for it actually to be okay. Okay, this is what's happening.
Maybe
what's happening?
Let's get rerun on it. All right, I have something else I noticed, and this is from earlier in the week. I didn't get a chance to get to it yet. It was from an article by a gentleman named Raymond Chen. I'm not sure who he is, but he said a colleague of mine shared a story from Windows XP product support. A major computer manufacturer discovered that playing the music video for Janet Jackson's song Rhythm Nation would crash certain models of laptops.
What?
This is true.
It would not have, he said, I would not have wanted to be in the laboratory that they must have set up in this investigative process in, not an artistic judgment. One discovery during the investigation is that playing the music video also crashed some of their computers' laptops. And then they discovered something extremely weird. Playing the music video on one laptop caused a laptop sitting nearby to crash, even though that other laptop wasn't playing the video.
Oh my God, what?
And
Why?
it turns out the song contained one of the resonant, it contained one of the natural resonant frequencies for the model of 5,400 RPM laptop hard drives that they and other manufacturers use. The manufacturer worked around the problem by adding a custom filter in the audio pipeline.
I like this song.
That detected and removed the offending frequencies.
That is weird.
Yeah.
But it's the truth.
But they actually had to use a custom filter in the audio pipeline to fix that thing.
Mr. Roboto shuts my toaster off.
Oh, my God. That's got to suck when you're making
amazing,
toast.
Yeah. The Stallone version.
Oh, yeah. So when that confluence of events,
it's crazy.
When you just so happen to be making toast, and Mr. Roboto comes
the
on,
Stallone version,
then you are screwed. So I'm sorry.
Enjoy your toast, sucker.
Yeah. Who knew? All right. Let me see. Do I have time to notice one more thing, maybe?
Just to notice. He has more time to notice.
Maybe
Marissa?
one or two more.
One more if it's quick, yeah.
One more, she says, if it's quick.
Our next interview. Well, yeah, we have to do the bizarre file. That's right. All right, a quick one. Where's my notice for music?
Right there.
This is
Thank you.
Roboto.
All right, so more young Americans are smoking marijuana and trying psychedelic drugs than ever before. A new federally funded health survey released on Monday reveals. The study conducted by the University of Michigan for the National Institutes of Health in I guess it's called Healthian, found that 43% of adults aged 19 to 30 smoked cannabis at some point last year, a significant jump from 34% 5 years ago and 29% in 2011, and the highest recorded since 1988.
Well, there's all sorts of levels of accessibility now, right?
I mean, this is not shocking at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You can, go to Jersey, get all the weed you want.
Why not? And blueberries.
And blueberries, too. And tomatoes and corn.
Great produce over there.
And lima beans.
Yeah.
So daily marijuana, similarly, 29% of young adults reported smoking weed in the prior months compared to 21% in 2016 and 17 in 2011. Daily marijuana use also surged to 11% last year compared to 8% in 2016 and 6% in 2011. Polls also show more public acceptance of cannabis use. Use of psychedelic drugs or hallucinogens have been stable for decades until last year. 8% of young adults reported past year hallucinogen use, representing an all-time high since the category was first surveyed in 1988.
Well, here at the radio station, we have Shrooms Fridays, which are great.
Yeah, it replaced
Shred Dress Down, Hawaiian Shirt.
Hawaiian Shirt Friday, yeah. The types of psychedelic drugs cited by users include LSD, MDMA, mescaline, peyote, shrooms or psilocybin, and PCP.
Oh, my God. Is that angel dust?
That's angel dust.
Jeez.
Anybody else watching How to Change Your Mind on Netflix?
No.
It's a Michael Pollan series. And
you recommended it.
Yeah, he wrote a book about it. And I guess in relation to the story you're sharing, Preston, it just sort of normalizes it, for lack of a better term, and any of these drugs, although I haven't heard that about PCP.
Yeah, dude, when I was a kid, the PCP was like the big, scary thing.
They put that in pot.
Yeah,
And laced it with pot. And
Yeah.
there was an after-school special, if you remember.
With Helen Hunt.
Yeah.
Jumps out the window.
Yep.
Desperate Lives.
Is that what it was?
Caught in the Middle.
Desperate
Yeah,
Lives.
there's a song to it and everything.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep. We
It
all
blew my mind.
Stallone was just
I was transfixed.
terrified him.
Absolutely.
I can imagine.
You're just smoking pot and someone put angel dust in it.
I need to go back and see clips of that, Nick.
Yeah, it's
What was
aged
the one
well.
that
Oh, I'm
What was the
sure.
one that Ben Affleck did?
Oh man,
Was he an alcoholic?
There was an after-school
I was a
special, right?
teenage alcoholic.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, there's been a few of those.
He was on the Voyage of the Mimi.
What is that?
You guys didn't watch that. Oh, Nick, did you watch, or Kathy?
No.
Oh, it was this show where it followed these group of kids that were on a boat. And then when I was in grade school, the Mimi came to Penn's Landing. So I got to go on it.
With Ben Affleck?
And Ben Affleck was on it.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Yeah.
Was he drunk?
No, he was like
As
12.
a skunk.
Okay.
I was going to say, Nick, I thought when you were asking what people were watching, I thought you were going to say Euphoria.
Oh, well,
Because
yeah.
that's all of these drugs normalized
Yeah.
in high school.
Oh, wow.
So, still, alcohol remains the most popular substance among adults in the study, though drinking booze has dropped or remained stable over the past decade or so.
Huh.
Yeah. 66% of young adults reported alcohol use in the prior 30 days. In 2021, a significant decline from 70% recorded in 2016 and 69% in 2011. So, all right, these are a few things that we noticed. And
You did a good job noticing.
Well, thank you,
But
sir.
We got to stay on schedule.
Appreciate that, Mr. Announcer.
No problem.
Let's take a break and come back in a second because we got bizarre file stories that I would like to share with you, and then we're going to roll in our guests on the program. Stay put. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We're spicing up your August with an Artist Weekend.
Everyone hit me up. Like, even like people who don't get phased by it. Like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, you know, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken?
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah. Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you. And you will fall in love with this dude the second he says, the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl, I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah,
that guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife, and we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope. That's great. And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now, you know?
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the Lufa, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We love you.
Later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station, you may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have two drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different. To talk about that improvisational thing.
The Froggy Song and the Bizarre File real quick. I'm going to do a butt plug of a charity event that's coming up.
Absolutely.
And this is the Vargas family is having the Landon Vargas event. It's for the Landon Vargas Foundation. A terrible story. Oldest son of Beth and Ariel Vargas, and he had passed away. He was 9 years old in 2015. Had a form of cancer. I'm going to mispronounce this, but it's alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma cancer. And so, went through like a gazillion hospitals and surgeries and radiation and chemotherapy and all this stuff, and it was just tragic. So they have an event coming up to help others that may be going through this,
right,
or maybe going through any forms of cancer, to support. And they have a fund for the annual Landon Vargas Memorial Scholarship and a fund research towards the fight against cancer. So it's a nonprofit. They have a really cool event that is going to be coming up on September 11th, which is a Sunday this year. It'll be at Bluestone Country Club. And it is, you can go to the LVF Miles of Smiles 2022.eventbrite.com. That's a mouthful. So we got a link up on PrestonandSteve.com.
Much easier.
A little easier to do that. Beer, food, wine, live music, raffles, the whole thing. Going to be an outdoor patio. So
sounds like a good time.
Sounds like a great time. And you'll be helping out for a great cause, obviously. So other parents don't have to go through this.
Yeah.
And somebody doesn't have their life cut way too short. So happy to pass that along. And you can just go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on the community page, and you'll be able to find that there. So thank you to the Vargas family for sending that over, and our buddy Giuseppe over at Lorenzo's who got me in touch with them. So we will make sure that you can find that info very easily and go to that event, or you can also just donate if you would like to as well. And then a quick shout out, and then we'll do the B-file. This says, hey guys, I was wondering if you could get a shout out to, I think it's pronounced Wright's Painting, REITZ, in Westchester, a real wet and juicy shout out. It says, been with them for a year, great group of guys. They've been extremely helpful and patient as they teach me a new trade. And I've been a daily listener since the Y100 days. You guys and the entire crew keep us going every day. That is from Andrew Francis. So here's a shout out. Thank you guys for listening. We do appreciate it.
That is cool, learning a new trade.
Totally. All right, Marissa, can you please eject the traffic? Let's do our song because it's Friday.
Yeah.
Here we go. And let's begin Friday with the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Red Robin. You can choose any style Red Robin Tavern Double Burger with bottomless fries and drink for just $10. Dine in only at participating locations in PA. Red Robin. Yum. All right. I can't believe I put this story first, but it's a tragic story and a cautionary tale. But a hiker fell off a ledge and to his death Saturday while hiking down Cannon Mountain in New Hampshire, officials said. A spokesperson identified the hiker as Brian Cohn of Long Island City, New York. Now, he was in a group of 3 who actually rode up the mountain tram that they have.
Okay.
They had planned on touring the summit and then returning to the mountain's base in the tram. However, they changed their minds and they decided to hike down the mountain. The group, officials said, were not following an established hiking trail.
You know, I've heard that statistically, more people die on the descent of a mountain than they do on the ascent.
They hiked to a location that was rocky, wet, and steep and near a waterfall. As the group tried to maneuver their way down, one of the hikers slipped, causing him to fall off a ledge. The other 2 members of the group called 911 for assistance once they realized they could no longer see their companion.
That's not good.
He was found by first responders at the bottom of the waterfall. And on Friday, a woman died after she fell 100 feet while hiking in the Columbia River Gorge outside of Portland, Oregon. And sometimes, it's just... they're just not prepared. They just don't know. They think, oh, this is beautiful. We'll walk down this. Don't have the proper boots on. Don't know the proper, way to do this or where to go. And then they find themselves in trouble.
You have to be dialed in, yes.
It's dangerous. Scientists in the U.S. who attached tracking devices to invasive pythons in order to observe their behavior have found the gadget instead inside totally different snakes. The researchers implanted radio transmitters inside baby Burmese pythons, which have been captured from national parks in Florida and then re-released. And when they returned to the forest to find one of the Burmese pythons, they instead found a fully grown pit viper known as a Florida cottonmouth.
And what, are they selling them?
No. X-rays found the transmitter in the cottonmouth's digestive system, indicating the baby python had ended up being eaten by the bigger snake.
It's a brutal world out there.
The X-ray also shows the python's spine within the cottonmouth. The cottonmouth was kept by the scientists for a week until the transmitter was expelled. The snake was then released back into the wild. When I was a kid, I lived in South Carolina for a while, dude, and cottonmouths were something we had to watch out for.
Oh, really? I don't like that.
They're deadly. They're also known as a water moccasin.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And, anytime we were, playing around the creek or something like that, you had to watch out for cottonmouths.
Do you think they feel left out and want their own transmitters?
Maybe they do, and that's why they've been going for it. What I didn't know about them is they are a regular eater of other snakes. Like, that's part of their diet.
Brutal.
They
This is
eat
brutal.
their own kind.
Yeah.
About 1 in 5 people bitten by cottonmouths will die from venom, which causes necrosis and extreme hemolysis, which is essentially causing your red blood cells to explode.
Did you say 1 in 5?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they're very poisonous, man.
Wow.
Yep. In North Carolina, 2 women were arrested on Wednesday after authorities said they made multiple false bomb threats against the Campbell Soup Company.
What?
Yeah. Adriana.
That's a fine company.
Boleyn and Montanique Ziegler were arrested by sheriff's office and both charged felony conspiracy and making false report concerning a destructive device. The statement said that the 2 women disrupted employees and international commerce with their bomb threats against the Campbell Soup Factory.
You don't do that to a soup company.
Ziegler previously worked for the factory, but was terminated for something unrelated to the alleged bomb threats.
Did she make a bomb threat against Tim Tams?
She was sending the threats at the time of her employment, by the way.
That's not how you get promoted.
Boleyn was not an employee of the Campbell Soup Company. The office has been investigating the 2 women apparently for a while now.
If you want to get noticed by your boss, phone in a bomb threat.
More charges are likely. Okay, a gentleman by the name of Zarko Pajanovic is the lying down champion.
A champion of literally lying down?
Just lying down. The strange contest takes place in Bresna, Montenegro every year. And Pajanovic won after lying down for 60 hours.
Must be some grueling training.
And, well, you know what his comment on this was?
What?
He goes, it wasn't difficult. He said, I didn't even warm up.
I didn't warm up.
Yeah. That's awesome. He said, when company comes to support the competitors, it's fun, but the biggest mistake is when somebody's family comes.
Will they allow people in comas to participate? Or
That's a great idea, man. Give them something to do.
It's like, the hustler.
9 people entered the competition, but 7 lost by the first day. This meant that Prijadovic and Vuk Kaljanizik had to battle it out while lying down. Did I say while lying down?
While lying down.
While lying down. The winner received about $350 and a vacation experience as well.
So you also have to have the time free to do that.
Uh-huh. This is a very strange story, and I'm interested to find out what happened. A longtime California musician and his wife were found dead on a desert road in the middle of the Mojave Desert. The bodies of Larry and Betty Petrie were discovered Sunday afternoon east of California City. Petrie's body was in the driver's seat, while Betty was found outside the couple's car leaning against a rear tire. The sheriff's office does not suspect criminal activity played a factor in the couple's death, and I was thinking, well, maybe it was a joint suicide thing or something like that. They've been married for 60 years. They're believed to have just run out of gas, and they were stranded in the Mojave Desert. So Larry Petrie, by the way, he was 88 years old. They just performed with the band called the Soda Crackers in the Bakersfield Music Hall of Fame benefit concert. He was a beloved musician of the Bakersfield sound era of the 1950s and played pedal steel guitar.
That's why you always have those bug-out kits in your car.
The sheriff's office said that it will release the Petrie's cause of death at a later date, but that was, that's a terrible story.
Yeah, you always have food in your car, don't you?
I always keep some beef jerky in there, believe it or not.
I keep a full deli selection.
Something that won't go bad for a year or two. So
I keep raw chicken.
That's a great
Tasty.
idea, Steve. Yeah. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's take a break and let's give away some Bud Light Seltzer. We'll take caller number 19, 215-263 WMMR. You have to be at least 21 years of age, and we will set you up with this case of the Variety Pack, refreshing fruit flavors like watermelon, tangerine, mango, and black cherry. It's 100% seltzer with no beer included. You can try the loudest flavors ever today. 215-263 WMMR. We were going to take a break, but I need to see if this call's legit.
We have to, yeah.
All right, Marissa, do you have the audio? Yeah. Well, this comes on a bad day when we don't have Casey here. Go ahead.
Well, I'm looking for his.
Go ahead.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah.
Sucking on a chili dog.
All right, so that's just we've played it a ton of times now.
Yeah.
The guy that sang that's on the phone.
Really?
Well, that's what it says here.
All right.
Let me go to him. Hi, is this Tom?
This is Tom. What's up, guys?
Hey, how you Are you serious? Are you really the
Tom McGovern?
Are you the sucking on a chili dog guy?
I swear to God, I can't even tell you, dude, how many people have messaged me saying, Preston Steve, use the chili dog, you gotta call it.
Oh, my God.
We love your song.
It is. Listen, I think Casey, our executive producer, saw it like last year or something like that, and he played it for me, and we were just sitting here just cracking up in the studio. And I don't know why we never really thought to play it on the air. And then something came up about...
We were talking about hot dogs a couple weeks ago.
Was it the Nathan's hot dog contest or something?
Yeah. And I pulled up the video, and you and Casey and I started laughing at it again a year or so later. And Casey was like, I'm so glad you brought it back up. And so for the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've been playing it a lot.
Yes.
And so now there's like a running bet as to how long into the show will it take before Sucking on a Chili Dog is aired.
We said it twice today.
Tom, how long ago did you record that?
So that was like peak pandemic. I want to say that was summertime 2020. It must have been like June or July 2020.
All right. And what gave you the idea to do that?
So I was actually playing video games online with a bunch of buddies. I live in LA now, but I went to school in Philly, so I have a bunch of buddies that are still in Philly. So we play online to stay in touch. We were playing online, and literally a buddy of mine, we were just fucking around. And
oh, wait, hang on.
Screwing around.
You can't drop the F-bomb, bud.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. All right, so you and a couple of buddies were messing around.
Yeah, we were messing around, and he just started saying, we were singing the bit, and he was like, it'd be really funny if you replaced all the words with Sucking on a Chili Dog. It just made me crack up, and at the time I had nothing to do. I make these videos for fun anyway. So the next day I just got into I was living with my girlfriend's family at the time, I stepped into that little recording closet area and I just recorded it. And then it took off, man. I can't believe it.
Well, you know what? The funny thing is, Tom, is that I think everyone, and even on the initial hearing of the song, we wondered why he would phrase it as sucking on a chili dog. And so that's why it's something that always occurred to, I think, even the biggest John Mellencamp fan, and you just capitalized on it.
Exactly. Yeah. It was always such a strange lyric to begin with, so why not just repeat it 100 times?
Right, yeah.
Tom, where are you from originally?
I grew up in Central Jersey.
Did you go to school high school in Allentown, New Jersey?
I did go to Allentown, New Jersey, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, our listeners are so quick. Somebody just texted that in, and so you have fans here in Philly who knew you growing up in Allentown, New Jersey.
That is crazy. That's so funny, man.
Have there been, Tom, any follow-ups? Are there any other riffs or things that you could send our way? Because certainly this is your Tommy. This is your rock opera.
This is the magnum opus.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your Sgt. Pepper's.
This is my Sgt. Pepper's, yeah. There's not really anything else like this, but this is just kind of like a one-off dumb thing. Again, I make these short-form dumb videos just for fun, TikTok and Instagram and stuff, but if I have a dumb idea, I'll make one.
Absolutely.
Nothing quite like that. Yeah.
We'll give you a platform.
You're in L.A. now? Yes, Tom?
I'm in L.A. now, but ironically, the reason that I'm up this early L.A. time, I'm flying into Philly tonight to play a show with my comedy band in Philly on Saturday.
Oh. Where are you guys playing?
We're playing at City Winery, right in Center City. They were playing at the Loft. We're called Wolves of Glendale. We have a couple East Coast shows coming up.
Okay. How long are you in town?
Just that night, unfortunately. We'll get in the 26th. It's actually it's going to be a fun weekend, man. It's my 30th birthday on the 27th, and then we're also playing City Winery that night, so it'll be a nice little celebration.
Wow. Because we got to get you in.
We got to get you
a live chili dog
performance. I was thinking of like the Camp Out for Hunger or the Christmas Miracle broadcast. We have Tom come and do a live version of it.
We're going to have to do that. I mean, blow it out.
That would be an honor. Yeah, that would be a high honor of my life.
Hey, were you familiar with us at all, or did people tell you about us?
I always knew about Preston and Steve. It's been like a staple because, I grew up on the East Coast. I went to Temple. I was in Philly for a while, but I never really listened to the radio, to be honest.
Sure.
So it's just a bunch of people sending me the clip.
That's
so
great.
Funny.
All right, so Tom, next month, the plan is for Casey, who's not here today, sadly, to drive to Los Angeles. I think you guys need to suck on a chili dog in L.A. together.
That's a good idea.
Maybe at that Pink's Dogs or something like that. So can you email me? It's just nick@WMMR.com because I'd love to keep in touch with you.
That's perfect, man. I'll shoot you an email when we hang up.
All right.
How about that, huh?
That's great. And by the way, you need to get a shirt, Tom. There's a shirt we saw. It's a picture of John Mellencamp, and it says, "Whatever you do, do not sell this man a chili dog." And it says Tasty Freeze Management underneath that.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
That's great. All right. Well, listen. So your gig is tomorrow night at City Winery?
That's correct.
All right, people, go see the chili dog guy. All right, Tom, we'll be in touch. All right, man?
Cool. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. What about that?
On a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Here's what we need.
Yeah.
Camp Out for Hunger, full tent sing along.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is my favorite part here.
Chili dog.
Chili dog.
On a chili dog. Sucking on a dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
I agree.
Sucking
a big sing along.
on a chili
And chili dogs for everyone.
There we go.
Yeah. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on.
Oh my God.
All right. We got to take a break now, but that was a nice little surprise.
That was great, yeah.
All right, and you know what else is a great surprise? Luenell will be here.
We love her.
Yep, she's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
When jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. And I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, you know, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, you know, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, you know, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, you know, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, you know, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is, you know. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
You know, I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
You know, I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And you know, I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort. Yeah. And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, you know, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I mean, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
You know, it's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, you know, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? You know, sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to like trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Oh, you start. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and then at some point I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it, and we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
That's awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here. He goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's you see.
I appreciate
it. Beat yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person. You know, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing like a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that. Steve, they didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you were just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would
crazy.
play an accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. We love having our next guest here. She's wonderful, and she is going to be appearing at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow and Sunday. 2 shows tonight and tomorrow, 1 show on Sunday. Tickets available at heliumcomedy.com. Please welcome Luenell to the show.
Yeah, baby. Good morning.
Welcome back to Philly.
Thank you. What's up, Philly? Y'all had me rocking out in here a minute ago.
Ah, really?
I almost broke my neck.
Headbanging and all.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love the whole outfit. Everything.
Are you
about
ready?
The nails, the glasses, the shoes. I saw the shoes. Like, what?
Are those Gucci Crocs?
They are. The only way I would wear Crocs.
Oh, that's the best.
I think they make your feet look like Mickey Mouse feet.
Yeah.
If you don't have some embellishment,
You're right. You're exactly right.
Glasses are awesome.
Also Gucci.
Are they?
They are.
That's beautiful.
So
Wow.
who did the shirt? The artwork?
This is me.
Yeah, I know
Clearly.
that. But who you commissioned someone to
I
do
do.
that? Yeah.
I sell these on my website, heyluenell.com.
I need one.
They're being made right now. I only
Hell,
have-
I'd wear
I have
one.
the underwear.
I know. Steve, let's get them.
I'd wear one. That
They're
looks awesome.
Swarovski crystals, too. They're not rhinestones because rhinestones fall off in your car. Oh, my God. Like this piece of the desk just did.
That's all right.
Don't worry about it. Yeah,
Guys.
this whole studio's falling apart. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, but my middle name is Sue. Fall apart on me if you want to.
Oh, goodness.
So how's everybody been? What's good back? Yeah, post-corona. Yay.
Yeah. No,
we
it's
outside.
You know, I got to tell you, my wife and I love the show Hacks, and every time you come on the show, if you. You have there's sort of a side plot line that you're involved with, and it's just hilarious. And you're just one of those people. And I just turned to her and said, this woman is just naturally funny when you're on screen. It's just hilarious.
Isn't it a gift?
Yeah.
I tell you, thank you, first of all, Hacks on HBO Max for those who are not hip, starring Gene Smart.
Yeah.
And my scene partner is Angela Gibb. That is the daughter of Marla Gibb.
Really?
That's Marla's daughter.
Okay.
Yep. And then we've done like 5 projects together. She did Black Jesus. We did Think Like a Man 1 and 2. And they didn't know that we knew each other.
You guys worked together
and they cast
so well.
us, and we were like, girl.
Preston, their dynamic is so great on the show, and they're just like the go-to. You know, when the show is hilarious in its entirety, but yeah, wow, it's very cool.
Thank you so much. It is. It was nominated for like 19 Emmys first season.
Wow. Yeah.
And it's on and won like 9 or 10 of them. And it's in the second season is running now. I did 1 episode the first season. I did 4 episodes this season. And I'm sure the 3rd season's coming up next.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting for a call.
It feels so. It feels accurate to the lifestyle. I think she's kind of a Joan Rivers-esque character.
Course.
Yeah. But do they ever? You've been in the business for years. Do they ever consult you on any take on the industry and what what the accuracy level is of what they're doing?
No, they don't consult with me, but they could have because actually I had 2 residencies in Las Vegas. I was at the SLS Hotel and Casino,
right,
along with Eddie Griffin and Monique.
Wow.
I think Eddie did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monique did Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I did Sundays at 10 o'clock. Then I went over to the Jimmy Kimmel Comedy Club, Sundays at 10 o'clock. And you would think that would be a hard sell, Sundays at 10. Sundays at 10 in Vegas is like Saturday night every place else.
It's true.
Yeah, so that wasn't a hard sell at all. We were killing it over there. And then March 15th, of course, the day the music died. That's when they shut down everything in Vegas. So
yeah.
My residency.
Does Vegas work for you? Because I'm good in Vegas for about 3 or 4 days, and then it's like I think you gotta leave.
In and out.
Really?
That's the way to do Vegas.
Yeah.
But in there. And then get your butt out. Because if you stay an extra day, that's when it all crumbles.
Yeah.
If you say, I'm going to go to Vegas for the weekend with my girls, and you meet a guy, and you say, I'm going to stay 1 more day, oh, my God.
Whenever I've gone to Vegas, it's always really fun watching the people flying into Vegas and then watching people flying home.
I have material about that. Everybody on the plane going to Vegas is like, Vegas! Yeah! And we're getting married! And then all that stuff. The flight out of Vegas is a tomb. Don't touch me. Can't find my wedding ring. Vegas is. But I feel like Atlantic City is like that for East Coasters.
Yeah.
But not to the insanity level of Vegas. Vegas is, Vegas.
When I went to Vegas, the day I left, I went to the airport early. I was like,
I'm out.
Here. I need to get out.
I met a guy and got married in 3 months in Vegas.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Did you do that? Did you do the tiny wedding chapel thing?
I think it was $249.
Okay.
All inclusive. You get a VHS tape and your license. And I think they give you, I don't know, some cookies or something like that. Chips or something like that.
Did you see the latest thing, though, that they've stopped and they're trying to put the clamp on Elvis impersonators in Vegas? That they're trying to stop the classic Elvis impersonators? Yeah.
Or Priscilla.
Right. She swears she's not. Yeah.
Before there was Kris Jenner, there was Priscilla Presley. That Priscilla, she's a boss.
Yeah.
And I don't blame her because I think that doing Fat Elvis is just a terrible reminder. That's not what we want to remember. We want hot Elvis.
Hot Elvis,
Hot Elvis. Black leather, acoustic Elvis. Remember that one?
Oh my God, yeah. Did you see the movie?
Did I?
The
latest
new
one?
movie.
I haven't,
Yeah,
but I'm trying to. I don't see nothing until I'm strapped on a plane. But because I don't have time. But I do want to see that.
I'm fascinated, and both Preston and I are fascinated with. There's a great documentary came out years ago. This is Elvis. Any of the footage, right, of him performing in Hawaii.
The Memphis Mafia.
Yeah.
I love them good old boys. Yeah. And then I love, he was just so bossy. Now, of course, they've always talked about Elvis. Oh, he stole his style.
Yeah,
He did. And next.
Yeah,
so did Britney Spears. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care about that part. The political part, I don't care about. I care about the bravado. Have you been to Graceland, Luenell?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I also watched this other thing on YouTube. This guy, he talks to this chick who's like a Elvis aficionado.
Okay.
She works there and everything. And she'll show you little tidbits like, in this drawer, Lisa Marie carved her name. In this drawer in the kitchen,
Wow.
don't touch. On this stove is where they made the peanut butter and banana. Don't touch. I'm trying to go upstairs.
We were talking off air about Prince, and I have been to Graceland. I have not been to Paisley Park yet. I really want to go.
I'm going to make that pilgrimage to Mecca.
Yeah.
Believe me.
So for those who aren't familiar with it, Luenell has the Prince symbol tattooed on her hand. She's a mega fan.
Yeah.
So does Prince rank higher than Elvis for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. now, wait a minute. Now,
Prince wrote.
Elvis
Prince
played
wrote everything.
2 instruments, maybe a little piano, maybe guitar.
Yeah.
Prince played like 30.
Yeah.
Including like a flute or triangle. I mean, he played everything. So, yeah, for sure.
I've seen some pictures of the inside. I know that they've had some events there, even before Prince had passed. It was a place that you could rent out for events. It looks pretty cool. I'm dying to see what that looks like. And it's because the outside is kind of strange looking.
Well, yeah, the outside looks sort of like warehouse,
like plain,
weird.
looks like
Scientologist.
the temple.
Vibes,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But inside. I mean, first of all, I found out stuff like he didn't just live there. He did have living quarters there, but he had other houses in Minneapolis as well, or whatever that place is called. Whatever that place is called. And I just need to get in there and feel his vibe. You can't see the elevator, I heard. Maybe you can see it, but you can't go by it. And you can't, once again, get upstairs. What's everybody keep it upstairs? Why can't we go upstairs? I can't go upstairs to Graceland. I tried to pull the race car at Graceland, too, because it was a sister that was help garden. They got a red road. I'm like, come on, sister. She's like, I can't. $20. No, I can't. They got cameras that's sensitive. What if I come back after I was getting I couldn't get upstairs.
Man, you were working it.
Is there an era of Prince that you like? Do you like the new power generation or the time, or not the time, the revolution, or is there anything you prefer?
I'm very Purple Rain era.
Yeah.
That's when I got crazy.
Yeah.
But I liked him before I liked him when Soft and Wet came out, that first song he ever did. I liked that. And then I was like, who's this boy with this afro? And then I was just, who's this boy with these heels? Prince is amazing in as much as he can wear mascara and high heels and still steal your girl.
Yeah.
Like right from up under you.
Right.
And maybe you too, depending.
Yeah, but it was the heels that were supposedly his downfall because it gave him that really bad back problem.
Yeah, jumping
and then he
off
got on
the speakers and all that. Hip. It was his hip.
It was his hip, okay.
But see, I also am a conspiracy theorist, and I know that Prince was pretty healthy and health nut in that way and didn't do this and didn't do that and didn't drink alcohol and all that kind of stuff. And I really think that somebody put fentanyl in his bottle.
You think he got spiked?
I think that somebody switched the medication.
He was Jehovah's Witness, right, at the end.
Yeah. Larry Graham got him into that.
I just never thought about the similarities of he and Elvis both had a
huge,
a prescription problem.
Yeah.
You know what, that time, though.
And Michael.
Yeah,
and Michael. Yeah,
of that, those, and that's the fascinating thing. I think if you cannot appreciate, even like on the Michael Jackson level, there was that movie where he was training for the O2.
This is it.
This is it. Yep.
I don't care, whatever level you put him at, to see him rehearse that way in that movie and see what he could pull on as far as his abilities. It was astonishing.
The other two things about that for me was my daughter is a dancer. She dances with, this is artist named Coi Leray. She's been out with Coi Leray, and she's just went to Amsterdam, lucky, and she went to Portugal and Dublin, Ireland, and Montreal and Toronto. So my daughter is a dancer. If you remember, the anticipation that the dancers had at the audition and the ones that got picked, and they was rehearsing and they had fittings and they was getting ready to go. They had given up on their apartment. They were having goodbye parties, saying bye to their mom. They was ready to go in 3 days. In 3 days.
Yeah.
Before their life was to change.
Right.
With the biggest star in the world, he died. The devastation for those dancers and everybody, it touched my soul. Also, Rolling Stone magazine, you better do a retraction right now, talking about who is that boy from One Direction or whatever? Oh, Harry Styles is the king of pop. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson is forever the king of pop because pop has to be universal to everybody. I guarantee you, I live in the Crenshaw district. Don't nobody know who Harry Styles is. Okay.
No, it's amazing stuff.
No, they got to retract that. No.
Do you remember, though, for a while there was that when Prince came on the scene, like it always happens, like with the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. There's
he and Michael.
The Osmonds and the Jackson Five.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was
the Cowsills and the Silvers. Cowsills. Look how old I am.
I remember the Cowsills. Yeah, they were the basis, like it was the DeFranco
Michael
family.
And Prince.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was the big thing. But it's just two different styles. Did you ever get to meet Prince or no?
If I had met Prince, I would be dead by now. So luckily, I did not.
Yeah.
I would stroke out the minute he touched my hand.
And you know what?
I would die from a massive orgasm. I'd be drained.
Not a heart attack.
I'd be dehydrated. I'd be a little dried prune. All the fluid would have escaped my body.
I'll tell you what, I would love to read that obituary, though.
Here lies the puddle where Luenell once was done. I wouldn't even know what to say. I'd just be like...
all the liquid, all the moisture, gone,
vaporized on site.
Oh my God, that's priceless.
Yeah. So anyway, guys and gals out there, I'm at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, starting tonight. 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow, and I'm spitting game on Sunday as well. I have hilarious new material. And I want to also say that me, Mark and Dave. I'm actually on nail strike because I usually have my nails. I'm on nail. They're still cute though.
They are. Yeah.
Let's not get it twisted. But I'm on nail strike because I said when you see the nails come back, like for my people who watch on Instagram and stuff, they watch me, when you see the nails, it's getting ready to go down.
Okay.
So I'm on nail strike. This is where everybody can watch in eager anticipation and watch my hands.
Okay.
And then I just, speaking of icons, I just finished 9.5 months on the road with the great Cat Williams.
Wow.
Doing nothing but arenas and arenas and arenas.
Jeez,
and arenas.
wow.
When that's what blows me is like one guy, these one guys that can pack in arenas like that, and there's not one female that can do that.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking to her. They just got to give me a chance.
Yeah. I'd love
They
to
put
do
the
that.
machine behind me.
Yeah.
That they get behind them as well. Lots. Well, Cat, it's not a machine. For Cat, it's just him.
Yeah.
He pulls them. And people love him.
Yeah.
And they want to see him. And what's he wearing? And what's he got to say? And now that we don't have Paul Mooney anymore, we have to look for truth tellers like Cat.
And Chappelle obviously has that same power.
He does it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Do you know where you want to? What city you want to do your Netflix special?
Yeah,
in
of course I wanted to do it in Oakland, where I learned all my tricks at.
Right, yeah.
All right, nice.
Yeah, I want to do it in Oakland, and hopefully, I'm ready to do it tonight. We can tape it tonight. So I stay ready. I'm not nervous about it. I probably will be then.
Yeah.
What's up with TV and movies and stuff like that? Anything coming up?
Well, I just finished taping a show for Hulu called Tiny Beautiful Things. It hasn't come out yet, but when it does, sounds, real hokey. But it's not if I'm involved in it, And so I did that. And
what about All-Star Weekend? I keep hearing things about this movie, and is it getting released, or it's Jamie Foxx, Snoop Dogg, Robert Downey Jr., Gerard Butler, all these people? What's the status of that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I got a lot of stuff in the can that may never see the light of day.
And that's the nature of the business. You do these things, and then you move on. You wait for them to be produced and cut together
or
and
not.
released,
Get the
and then
check.
it doesn't happen sometimes.
Get the check.
Get the check.
Get the check.
Well, look at the Batgirl movie. They just did this whole movie. It's a $90 million movie. They're not going to release it. They're going to destroy all the copies of it.
All I want to do is get myself a big bowl of popcorn, start and go back and watch the original Top Gun and watch this new Top Gun.
Oh, you haven't seen the new one?
I haven't seen the new one because
Neither
I
have I.
refuse to watch the new one because I want to go back. When the last time you sat down and watched Top Gun? 20 years ago. So I want to go back and watch the original first and then see the new one.
Let me tell you what. The Top Gun Maverick is so good. It is a perfect continuation. There are all sorts of nods to the original. It makes the original seem better.
That's why I want to. Oh wow! I have heard nothing. But good stuff about that.
Really,
Steve? I think you and I agree on this. That Top Gun Maverick is actually a better overall movie.
Yeah.
Top Gun, the original, is fun but cheesy.
Right.
This one, it's a great
Okay,
movie.
but if we had cheesy 25 years ago,
Sure, yeah.
30
It's of the
years
age.
ago.
And by the way,
movie.
they are loving. They have your beach scene, your beach. They have all the stuff you want in it. And then,
oh my God!
And Val Kilmer, they get him in there, even though he had, he has
throat
issues.
cancer.
Yes, yeah. It's amazing, really. And
that's really.
It just
cool.
surpassed Titanic as the sixth highest grossing movie of all time.
Well, I'm responsible for that. I probably watched Titanic 250 times.
That's her favorite
Jack. I said, how many times?
I know. You got to edit those together.
That's a trivia question. How many times?
How many Jacks?
Does Kate Winslet say Jack's name in the movie Titanic? 100. Jack.
We need to edit that together. I love it.
Do that. And shout out to Leonardo.
We'll do it. Yeah.
I met him once.
Oh, where?
How was that?
Because I hosted a charity event in Miami.
Yeah.
And it was for CORE, which Salil Moonfry, remember Punky Brewster?
Yeah.
Is my friend, and she asked me to host the thing. And Sean Penn was the co-host. Wow. It was me, Sean Penn. I had never met him. He liked me, told me to do my thing because we were kind of stuffy. But it's not my crowd. The charity event crowd, not my crowd.
Right.
But it was there, and I met Leonardo there that day. Now we were talking out there with Meredith about who's short and who's tall. Leonardo is tall.
Is he?
Oh, really?
He's tall.
Surprise.
I mean, I'm
a lot
only
of them are short.
5'2".
Yeah.
Leonardo's a big boy. I never knew that. I thought he was a shorty, but he's not short. But I'm short, and he can still be short and be taller than me.
Right.
So I don't know. And Mark Anthony was there too.
Wow.
And hey, J-Lo, I get it.
Yeah.
What about her and Ben? What up?
So,
boy.
What do you think about that?
I think that J-Lo needs to learn how to be by herself a little bit. Love yourself, Jay. And I think J-Lo has a collection of engagement rings to rival Elizabeth Taylor. And I think that Ben Affleck is a total puss for doing this humongous. She didn't even have 2 weeks off. She jumped right off A-Rod's lap and jumped right back into Ben's lap. I said, dang, girl, you ain't like mourning the relationship. I know the kids are like, what? Wait, what? Uncle, Daddy, what?
Yeah. So do you want to put a timeline on that, or?
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
6 months. But anyway.
I think this one's going to go.
It better go. I mean, they had a 3-day blowout. How embarrassing, right? And everybody forgets about poor Chris Judd. Remember little Chris Judd?
Yes.
Was he the dancer?
Yeah, the dancer.
The backup dancer. Yeah.
Boy, that backup dancer action must be good.
Well, Kevin Federline was a backup dancer for
That's
Britney
what I'm
Spears.
saying.
Yeah.
I need backup dancers. Give me some daggum backup dancers. That's what I'm missing. I need a whole stable of them.
So the internet tells us how many times Rose says Jack. You want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, how many times?
You guys want to guess? Like
Okay,
for
let's
real
guess.
guess. For real guess.
I saw it. It's much lower than you're going to think it is.
Yeah.
I was going to say
213 times.
22.
You want to give it, Kathy?
I pulled it up. It's like 80.
You pulled it up.
It's
Well, then you're
80.
cheating.
That's what I said. I looked when you said it. That's why I didn't guess. But
well, you
That's
can't
still a
play.
lot.
No, you can't play.
80 times.
it
all right.
is a lot. But
80?
I thought
I
it was
said
going to be way more.
213.
I thought it was 80 when she was on the door in the ocean.
I know. Okay, how many?
Only 80.
Only 80?
Okay.
She does call him Mr. Dawson a few times. It doesn't count that. But
Doesn't
Jack,
count.
only 80.
That's that.
And Jack says Rose 50 times.
Wow.
He looks like he's 11 in that movie.
You also want to know what would happen if Leonardo DiCaprio said my name 50 times? Yet another puddle. That is power.
Does he just have that? Because I used to hate him early on in the career. I'm like, this guy is so
Gilbert
annoying.
Grape, you hated him?
And then
How could you? He was so
He was
cute.
amazing in it.
And then,
Oh, my
but then once I start to see the movies roll out, I'm like, well, you can't argue with the dude is great. And now I love him, and I love one of my favorite movies now of all time is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's just so good.
Well, you know, and I also respect him because, and I have very stiff views about this. I don't know if I'm going to get into them now.
Yeah.
But I heard that when he did Django, that he really had a hard time saying the N-word. It bothered him.
Right.
Guess what? I've never heard nobody say that.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes when people get these roles and have to play these roles, they're glad to get a chance to play the role because they can say it out loud with no repercussions under the guise of it's part of my character.
Okay, interesting.
Sorry, not sorry.
No, well, yeah, no, you go with what you feel. Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that. But yeah, that movie is another.
It's outstanding.
Quentin Tarantino's stuff is pretty amazing. Who had the absolute biggest star aura of anyone you've ever met, where you just said, that's what a star is?
That I performed with?
Yeah, that you met, or just met.
I'm going to do with who I performed with.
Okay.
Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Eddie. And then Sandler after that.
Eddie is a huge fan of Elvis Presley. Right?
Yeah. He thought he was Elvis Presley when he did Raw or whatever.
Yeah.
Leather suit.
Lemonade.
I just did that the other day. I just did that as a trivia the other day. And then Adam in a different way. You know, Adam's not. See, Eddie's got that cool factor. Like when he comes in the room, the molecules change, and you're like, what just happened? Oh, Eddie's in the room.
Right.
Adam can slide in the room and you won't know he's there.
Okay.
But he's, multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
And like he plays basketball with the guys in between takes and all that kind of. He's
an
more of a
everyman.
guy.
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
Last time you were here, Luenell, you were right after you left here. You were going to Atlanta for Coming to America. Is that right?
Yeah.
And what was that experience like playing? Being with Eddie again on set.
Well, first of all, everybody can kiss my booty about that one. Ha ha! I did 2 Eddie Murphy movies back to back, same year. Ha ha ha! But other than that, it was one of the greatest experiences I've had making film because of the blackness of it all. I'm just going to keep it 100. It was Tyler Perry's studio. He had just bought that. That was a Confederate Army base before he bought it. And then the sound stages that you had to pass to go to work, look at how many movies Halle Berry's made for Hollywood. You think they're going to put her name on the sound stage? Look at all the movies Cecily Tyson has made for Hollywood. Has anybody put her name on a sound stage? No. But you go to work and here's Whoopi Goldberg and Oprah Winfrey soundstage, Sidney Poitier, Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee. It's just the pride coming to work. And then the wardrobe, everybody in this dressed like Zamunda, and his colors and peacocks and all this kind of stuff. And then the person who did the wardrobe, Ruth Carter, is the first black woman to win the Oscar for wardrobe in the history of the world. So we got to work with her. She's my friend. I got her phone number. And then you got the people who were in the movie before. You got John Amos, and you have Shari Headley, and
Wesley.
so on. Wesley.
Yeah.
Both in Dolomite and Come to America, Wesley killed it. And, then you got the new people. You got Rick Ross, me.
Yeah.
And my daughter is even in that movie. She danced behind Tiana Taylor. And so it was just like, I was at work before the caterers got there. I was at work every day early.
Yeah.
Luenell, we haven't opened the trailer yet. I'll wait.
I can understand that. That must have been really cool and overwhelming.
It'd be like if you did a movie about Woodstock, but you had all the real people there.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good
great
analogy,
perspective.
Yeah, you would lose your mind.
All right. Well, listen, we got to wrap up. It is so great to see you back here in Philadelphia.
Like I told him, better to be seen than viewed, honey. Thank you.
Great line.
Very much.
That's a great line.
And once again, everybody, hey, you can follow me on Instagram and tell me that you heard me on 93.3 what is it? WMMR, right? Preston and Steve show. Hit me on my Instagram and tell me that you heard me on here, and I will write you back. And I got the 2 shows at Helium tonight, 2 shows at Helium tomorrow, and 1 show at Helium on Sunday.
Awesome.
I'm glad to be back in Philly, dog, and I'm looking for a good black people breakfast place. I don't play about my breakfast.
What about
Chef Soul?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk to you about this.
Oh,
yeah, because I'm going to go eat and drum up a little biz. All right. Let the people know.
Honeysuckle Provisions. Check it out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Honeysuckle Provisions. All
Girl, I can't say that because my mind goes, What am I sucking? Honey, what? That's a new one. Okay, well, guys, thank you.
Heliumcomedy.com to get your tickets. Luenell, we love you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys. Pew, pew, pew.
Luenell, guys, is here for. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Michael Yo will be on when we return.
When?
In a minute. Now he's going to be on Zoom.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, my God.
Holy hell. That's freaking amazing.
Oh, my God. I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're zooming. Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit, $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on, let's see, Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you, I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us, and it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour, but ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah.
2:30 in the morning.
I watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a lot
world.
for snow globes. It was and sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, yeah, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top. Upper echelon of
he's
Bob Saget range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
Self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh, it's legendary!
Booed.
Yeah,
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. I'm going, this has gone great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon, and you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11. 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop. Don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well, but we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up, I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask, Yeah.
So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is. Oh. I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded read to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. As
Luenell, our last guest, was leaving, we mentioned our next guest was going to be going on, and I think there's a puddle in the seat. There she was.
She was, I think, talking to him.
I think so, too. All right, he's on to talk about his show, Amber Brown, streaming now on Apple TV. He's a good friend. Please welcome Michael Yo.
To the What's up, fellas?
How you doing, Michael?
Man, I am so blessed. It's 6 a.m. over here, but I feel great. I feel great, you know?
So did Luenell get to chat with you via Zoom a moment ago?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, she is so amazing. And finally, people are recognizing, like, how great she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's at, and I was just thinking the same thing, Michael, is that she's now in that level, like she's revered in a lot of quarters for the right reasons, because she's worked her ass off. But the stuff she's been in, and when she pops up, she's like the money shot. You know she's going to bring a laugh.
Yeah, and she's just so legendary in the business. Joe Torre did that documentary, and finally, it's weird in comedy. It'll take one thing, and then all of a sudden, you're one of the biggest comics in the world. I mean, it takes a lot of work to get to that point, but you need that tipping point, and that documentary was one. The Dave Chappelle thing is going to be another thing, and that's just going to put her over the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so you got a lot of things going on. I had mentioned Amber Brown at the top, but there's a new special out and all that stuff. What's going on? Michael Yo. Yeah.
First of all, my comedy special, that's free on YouTube. I never thought. You guys were the first ones to put me on. And I got a couple of complaints from your listeners saying I undersold the special. They said we almost didn't watch it because you were like, oh, it's good. They were like, yeah, it changed my whole attitude towards the special. They said, you need to tell people how great this thing is. Like 4 of your people said we almost didn't watch it. And it's one of the funniest things we've seen in the last couple of years. So thank you to your listeners, because I was being this way over humble guy about it, and they were like, yo, you're actually hurting yourself. Tell people how great it is.
Has that been one of your biggest setbacks, is not being able to tell people how great you are?
No. Well, you know, you look at the big comics, right?
No, you're right.
But they tell you, like, yo, this is a great special. Me, when I came on the first time, I was like, you know, it's good. Just check it out if you can. And thanks to your listeners being like, yo, tell people it's good.
You know what happens, though? And I think this is something, and I think it holds true, and I've heard everybody up and down the spectrum and success level, and I hear it a lot lately, the imposter syndrome. We all get it from time to time, where it's like they're going to find out I have no right to be here. And is that something that dogs you now and then?
No, never. I belong to be here. I belong here.
Right.
No, but I am very, like, I'm the guy that will just put out something and tell people about it, but I won't oversell it.
Right.
You know, I'm not an overseller.
No,
I'd rather it just.
You want to underpromise and overperform, right? Is that the case?
Yeah, but that's not good. In social media society, you got to tell people, like, you got to Kanye West it almost. You know what I mean? I'm the greatest comedian ever. You got to do that.
Hey, Michael, I'm looking at your background there, and you have one of those YouTube plaques. And is that for how many subscribers did you get that for?
Yeah, so this is the 100,000 subscriber. But let me tell you something. When I put my special on YouTube, I had 3,000 people. That's it, just 3,000 people. My YouTube was a dumping ground. And then I put out my special. I'm about to go over 150,000 people in 4 months.
Oh, man.
5 months. So my life has literally changed since that comedy special came out.
Well, you know what? The funny thing is that the taking ownership of your special is now the thing. I mean, Louis C.K. years ago did it, but now more and more people are saying, "Well, I'm going to put it out," and it's a benefit, right?
It is, because the thing is, like, Andrew Schultz just did it. Right. You got Mark Norman, you got Sam Morril. All the comedians are doing it, because here's the thing that wasn't relevant before. You couldn't make money off your special once you put it out back in the day. Now with YouTube, Facebook, even the clips you put on Instagram, you make tons of money from that, but you have to own it.
Right.
Because my first special, I have clips with 4 or 5 million views. I get nothing from it. You know, now with this new special, I have some clips at 15, 20 million views. You get all that money and you own everything. So you distribute it. Like I still right now can be like, after a year from now, I can go, I want to put it out on a platform and get paid from that as well. So you own everything.
You know, it's funny because, and then everyone talks about, and there are things like Rumble and there are other services that kind of float around. When there is more of a competition, and now mind you, it can be very lucrative as you're mentioning on the different ways you can do it. When there comes another somewhat in the ballpark YouTube competitor, that's when even the revenue will go up that much more. We're not there yet. Yeah.
100%. And here's the thing that people forget. Gina Yashier, that she's a comedian, but she has a CBS show. She shot her own the first 3 specials. Then Netflix came calling. And when Netflix calls, they want everything.
Yeah.
You know, so you shoot your own special for like 15, 20 grand. They buy it for way more. So she sold 4 specials at one time. You know, like they want your back catalog too. So it actually, you know, when whoever that big person is, when they do come knocking, you own everything, and now you're getting all the money.
I remember years ago they used to talk about Comedy Central and that you just basically signed your life away.
MTV was the same way.
MTV, yeah,
they owned everything.
Yeah.
I mean, like Dave Chappelle, that was his whole thing. Comedy Central didn't take advantage of him, but gave him a raw deal. Now you have to be as big as Dave Chappelle to get that money back, obviously. But you know, they're not going to give me the money back if I sign a big deal. But you sell your soul at the beginning.
Do you remember that? Do you remember the ripple effect around the world when he walked away from $50 million at the time, Chappelle, and everyone?
Yeah, and
how could
it
you
automatically goes to he's crazy, but you don't even know the real story. Like, have you seen that Manti Teo documentary?
No, we just heard
Somebody
about
was
it.
telling about
it was
recently.
Kurt Metzger was in the studio telling us about it and saying how great it is.
It's phenomenal. It's only 2 episodes. It's like 2.5 hours, you know, but here's the thing is my wife calls me and says, have you seen this? And then she Googled it. There's a picture of me because I made fun of him at the beginning of it.
Right.
So I don't know, like it went viral too. I was the first one to do this thing on the couch.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that went viral. And I remember, because you don't know the backstory. You just, this dude, all we know is he dated this woman he'd never seen for 3 years, right?
It turned out to be a guy and he's being catfished.
A guy that's now transgender guy. But we didn't know all that. We didn't know what he was going through. So I made fun of him. And then I remember at an ESPN party, he saw me. And it was we didn't say anything to each other, but it was like, yo, I know you did that type of look. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was very awkward, but to see what he went through, I feel like I need to apologize to the guy because I kind of started this whole thing where people were Manti-Teoing, they said.
Yeah.
So it just, now that I know all the facts, it's like, dude, this dude went through the ringer when he didn't even know about catfishing.
Do you think you would? Would that be important enough for you to reach out and, you know?
You know what? I am going to reach out. No, I am, because I can now DM them. So I feel horrible.
Yeah.
I actually feel horrible about it. You know, like it's just, you don't know what people go through. And I just made fun of them.
In defense of you, it seems so outlandish at the time that it's like, and so many people now will float stories, you know. We're forever cynical about everything we hear now because there's what's the PR angle on this and who wants this story out, you know?
Well, don't know. Yeah, the whole thing is media has not changed, and you see it in this story. The first thing they said, oh, is he in on it? Is he really gay and doesn't want to come out? Like literally media went to the worst thing possible. You know, they built this dude up and then they tore him apart. And he learned that's how the media does it.
I had to turn it off during the Dr. Phil part. Like, I got anxious because you just remember how bad media was. They had the person who was catfishing him at the time behind a screen doing the voice. Like, Dr. Phil was like, do it. Let's hear your voice. We need to hear it. And so he's like backstage pretending to be the voice and everything like that. It got so awkward and reminded me how bad the media can get that I had to turn it off. I was too much for me.
is very cringeworthy, but it's a thing where you saw what this guy went through. And I tell everyone, watch the documentary. And it, for us, whatever year that happened, 2005, I can't remember, but we never heard of catfish, and social media just started.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 2010 or something, but it just started. We didn't know all this. So when I heard a guy dated a girl for 3 years and never met her, I was like, he's crazy. He deserves all of this.
Well, we have to ask about an Apple Plus show, not too bad.
Yes.
We talked about you working with Bonnie Hunt and a great cast. Let us in. What is Amber Brown about?
So Amber Brown is a family show.
Yeah.
It's a show where you can watch it with your kids and have conversations about it after. And that's what the best TV is. It's like a song. When a mom and daughter can sing to a song, that's when you know you got a hit song. And this show is doing so well for Apple. The Variety and all the magazines are giving it rave reviews. And I play an ex-husband trying to get back in his family life because he gets consumed with work. And what's crazy is, like, at times I'm supposed to pick up my kid from school, but I can't make it. And in real life that happens because I'm traveling for comedy. So it's very true to life to me at times, but it's so good to finally jump into acting, something I've always wanted to do, but with Bonnie Hunt, and the show's doing so well. So if you got a family, watch it. If you don't have a family, just play it so we can get the streams and get picked up for a second season. So there you go.
You know what happens? Apple Plus has the ability. I think they really have a nice corner on sharp comedies that are really feel good. Obviously, they have Ted Lasso. They have another series that we've gotten into called Trying. That's been out for three seasons already. And you're like, oh, but I mean, to walk that line of being entertaining on that level, but also hit the right chords that just resonate as something real, that's something they seem to be doing very well over there.
And that's what Bonnie Hunt was so good. She wrote this, she directed it, she showrun, she did everything. Like she's an amazing woman. And there's heart in it, there's soul. And it's a thing where when you're on set with her, it's like being in a master class.
Yeah.
But she'll give you notes and you'll be like, oh my goodness. And then watch back what she told you. It's crazy. And for me, this is my first big acting gig. So it was a thing where to get that phone call where she called me and goes, yo, I know you've never been on. I'm giving you your break. So we're going to put you in 2 episodes for sure, and then see where your character goes. Basically, she was saying, if you sucked, we're going to take you off. We're going to kill you or something.
Right, yeah.
But I'm in 9 of the 10 episodes. The storyline grew, and it really became a show about, it's a lot of things going on, but it's about me and my daughter. My daughter wants me back in their life, but my ex-wife has moved on with a fiance.
Yeah.
And what I love the most, nobody's painted as a bad character. Usually they pit the guys against each other.
I love that.
It's 2 great guys. It's 2 great guys. You know what I mean?
How about playing the father figure to the daughter, the young actress that's playing her? And
let me tell you something about her. Carson Rose, if she continues to do this, she will win Emmys and Oscars. The actors I've never seen someone so talented at such a young, she's 11 years old when we shot this show. She was giving me notes. I would say something. She was like, oh, no, the right word is this. Like, she's so, this girl, everybody remember the name Carson Rose.
Okay.
She is going to be one of the biggest superstars in the world. She is so good.
There's
so
something chilling in a bizarre way when somebody of that age is possessed of that talent. That I just, with Luenell, I referenced Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. And there's that young actress who's in that, who's acting with DiCaprio. And I'm like, this girl's unbelievable.
It's crazy when you think about where you were at 11.
Yeah.
And then I see this girl at 11.
I was eating Play-Doh.
I'm a loser. I'm a loser compared to this girl. I was probably playing like Atari 2600, and that's what my life was. She's making commercials. She's leading a TV show. I mean,
is she one of those types that has like an old soul, as they say, where you can?
She does.
It's wild, isn't it? Yeah.
We did this car scene, and she was talking about, she's 11. She goes, oh, I just wrote 3 movies. I did.
Oh my God.
I'm like, who are you right now? But she loves doing it. But what's great about it too, she has a lot of kids on set her age, but then you get to see her act like a kid. And that's the only, I'm like, oh, I remember that side of life.
Yeah.
Where you could run around all day, jump around all day. Now I try to go to bed at 8:30. You know, it's different. It's different.
You're going to bed at the time you should have gone to bed when you were that
Absolutely.
age. So, yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you get older, right? Everything goes backwards, you know?
Right.
So there's 9 episodes.
My dad's almost 80. Now I feel like I'm the parent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the 9 episodes and just this first season so far, or have you guys started talking about it?
So this is why this is so important. And I don't care if you watch it, don't watch it, just stream it. Just put it on and play it. Because the whole deal is this is a big month. How TV shows are picked up on the streaming side, they give you a month to 5 weeks. And then the Nielsen ratings come out for that show, and that's how the pickup happens. So we're literally on the last couple of days of that. So thank you for having me on.
We had the cast of Trying for that as well. It's for that same reason. It's like, it's weird because it is kind of still the Wild West with streaming shows because data will not be released. They a lot of times they'll play the cards close to the vest. And so, the way they hits are reconciled or what they're going to renew, it's still sort of this elusive thing. Years ago, it used to be, here are the hard and fast numbers. What were the overnight Nielsen's? Okay, this is working. Okay, this isn't. But it's not as easy to determine with this sort of stuff.
Well, I think it is easy for them to determine. They're just not going to let us know what they're doing. Like, they have all the information. I mean, it's $1 billion company. They know how many people watched it. If YouTube can tell you how many people watch your stuff, they can tell you, but they don't want to, and they choose not to, which is fine. But what I love about Apple right now, their programming, they don't throw it all out like Netflix. They don't have a lot of but when it does come out, it's a great show. They make sure they put out great shows. That's why they were the first ones to win an Oscar before Netflix. And Netflix puts out probably 3 to 4 times as many shows as them,
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
so,
I think you're right.
mean, good for them. So we're waiting for the second season, and we should know in like 2 or 3 weeks. So.
Definitely going to check it out.
Nice. Are you doing any comedy shows in between? Or you touring right now?
I am everywhere. I'm not on the East Coast for a while, but michaelyo.com. I mean, my next stop is 3 weeks at Comedy Works in Denver, one of the best clubs in the world. So I love that place. But I'm on tour. I got 2 projects. I just signed. I'm hosting 2 new shows coming out. They're going to announce them here in the next couple months, but I just shot one and I'm shooting another one at the end of this month. So a lot's going on. It's great, man. It's great from 2 years ago till now, how everything's opening up.
Excellent. Excellent.
Good for you, man. Well, you're good people, and we love having you on. So thanks so much, man. And we'll get those streams in.
Yeah.
For Amber
That's
Brown.
right. And watch the album and watch my comedy special. It's one of the best comedy specials ever made. Ever. Ever.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Have a great weekend, man. We'll see you.
right.
Michael Yo, everybody. He's awesome. God, we've had just back-to-back great guests. I love it this morning, man. All right, and we still have a few minutes to play with, and it is a Friday. And
may I ask one thing?
Yes.
Can you recap how everything played out yesterday?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
let's do
right.
that.
We did get a few texts regarding.
People are wondering.
Yes.
People want to know.
I was at my wit's end yesterday with my kids, and I know. Do you see the gestures I'm making in my face?
The text, the moment where you had to write the text during news, there was just this. You were removed from the room mentally.
I couldn't.
You had checked out because you were in this negative space.
Oh man.
They just they're slobs. Okay, so and they had made the night before I'd come in, the kitchen was a mess, and I had already cleaned it up a couple times during the day, and I had a migraine headache, and I just wanted to go to bed, but I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna straighten up real quick. I'm gonna do all the dishes, put them away, put them in the dishwasher, run the washer, hand wash whatever's left over, wipe down the counters, move stuff, declutter, whatever, and I got it done. Because my son Carter had a friend over, and Caroline I just didn't want to quote unquote trouble them with it. It was their own mess. Right. And I'm like, I'm being a good dad. I'm being nice. They're running out of summer, so whatever. Right. And then I wake up the next morning at 3:50 a.m.
So just a few hours later.
And I walk down the stairs, and it's just a typhoon had come through the main living space, and there was garbage all over. The sink was full again. There's clothes strewn all over the place, and pillows and things. Just it was complete disarray. And I was just livid, seething, just horribly mad. I came to work. I focused on prep. I didn't think about it then. But when we came in here and sat down in the studio, it just started digging into my head. And so I composed a text message, essentially, the wrath of God. And I'm like, you guys have to clean or I'm going to kill you.
Now, the caveat here, or the rub, I should say, was that they routinely wake up late.
Yeah.
So you were setting a deadline upon your return. 12:30.
Which really only left them a little bit of time.
Probably an hour and a half, something like that.
To clean the whole place.
So I drove home, not really thinking about it, and just kind of, getting my head.
And nobody
else.
responded to the text.
Nobody responded to the text. Not one person.
Right.
So
Was this a text with your wife on it or not?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It was family
I was
text.
hoping that she might
intercede.
That she might, yes, to jump in clandestinely and
Isn't she with
assist.
her girlfriends?
She was, but anyhow,
yes.
She was like, "This is all you."
I walk in the door, I open it up, my dogs come and greet me at the door, and I look inside, and there are Carter and Caroline, and the house is immaculately clean.
Oh,
so yes, it was straightened up, and I was still angry, so I was only using very few words. I was speaking in just chopped sentences. And so on. And Caroline, at some point, she's like, "Have you seen my room yet?" So she just wanted to make sure that I knew that they'd covered all the bases, so they cleaned everything, which was great. But then later on, after I made dinner for them, and they go and they just put their stuff in the sink and leave it there, not even wash it off. I'm like,
You're backsliding.
This is where it starts. But I very calmly said, can you please put that in the dishwasher? And then, so anyhow. But I had found out later on, Rochelle had called them. And said, I hope to God you're cleaning up the house.
Okay, good. I'm surprised that they're all slobs. So usually there's okay,
I know.
and I take my family, as an example. So I was like the neat freak. There wasn't one thing on the floor. But even growing up, Nick, it's just how I was. My middle brother he wasn't a total slob at all, but he wasn't as neat as me. And then my youngest brother, dear God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're all three of them.
Are the same.
Yep, they're a mess. They
And
leave
you and your
stuff all
wife
over the
are
place.
not like that.
Rochelle is a bit of a clutterer. So I'm no saint, I try to keep things somewhat in order.
You
but
pick your battles.
We have we've been a poor example for them, unfortunately.
All right, okay. So
I've gotten better over the years. I now want things clean and orderly.
I feel like you do kind of what I do when Nick's not here, and you collect things and throw them out when they're not looking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I kind of do that. Yep, exactly.
Also,
hear that, right?
my mom does that to my dad, Kathy, so it's totally fine.
Where are my pills?
I accept it.
Throws them away.
Oh my God! When my dad leaves the house, she does that. She goes into the desk, she goes into the office, and she does what to my dad what you do to me, which is weird and maybe a little.
I know.
We should see a shrink about that,
right?
Preston, I was thinking about memories of when my dad got that angry. And the fact that when somebody is that angry in the family, it leaves an impact. It leaves sort of this. I have clear memories of my dad coming home and me being afraid of the moment he was going to walk through the door.
Yeah.
But
I was terrified of my dad.
But you got accomplished what you wanted to get accomplished.
It's just a Band-Aid, I think.
Okay.
I think it's eventually.
It's going to be years in the making, and that's what it is. I think of the patterns that I had to change when I was being asked to by my parents, and it took years. And then you start to see the light. You talk about those times, Nick. I remember clearly. We had this bizarre sort of Austin Powers chair in our den that I would sit on the two legs, and I love to do that and rock it back and forth. Always my father would say, "You're going to break the chair. You're going to break the chair. You're going to break the chair." And I broke the chair while he was at work, and I know he told me 250,000 times, "I'm going to be murdered." And it was right out of A Christmas Story. My
dad's going to kill Ralph.
And my mother pulled that exact move threw out a distracting thing, and Steve broke the chair, and I like moved along, and almost all out Darren McGavin. My dad was like, "What?" And
then the Bears are playing
exactly that move.
Packers this week.
Exactly. That's why I love my mom.
From that moment on, things between my mother and I were different.
Like a distraction like I've never seen before. Saved my life that day.
Yep.
I'm at the point where it's you didn't ask me to do that. I shouldn't have to ask you. It's your plate of food.
Yeah. Casey, what Casey goes through regularly is he's got 3 as well. Is not mine. I didn't do it.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't do it. And all 3, nobody did it. There was nobody. You liars. One of you is you know what? All 3 of you are probably lying. You probably all 3 did it. And, it's hard. It's a no win. It's like a 0 win.
Shows that he's teaching good teamwork.
Oh, please. And then you have to dole out, the triple punishment for everybody. And it ain't fun.
Yeah, well, not to bring up another family thing, but remember there was something, I forget what it was, something that happened in your house, and all 3 of them were in trouble until somebody finally fessed up, and it took like a couple of days.
Yeah, I don't remember what that was. I blocked it out.
I do remember that. I don't remember the exact specifics or the cast of characters and how that all shook out, but I remember that it was something that was very elusive. You were like, it was like a 48 hours episode.
Yeah. But hang on, we got a call to go to. It's Lou. Good morning, Lou.
Who's Lou?
It's him. Hey, Lou.
Hey, Press.
What's up, bud?
Happy boy. Happy birthday, Kathy.
Thank you, Lou.
Yeah, you're welcome, Kathy. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
We're doing great. So you've had similar situations with this.
Yeah, well, my daughter's been living down the shore, so you can imagine what her room looks like.
Yep.
And my wife goes down, like you say, on a Thursday night. And first time she went down, she pulled 14 towels out of their room.
Oh, gosh.
And I said to my daughter, I said, listen, if you want to have a nice summer here, you better not let her ever go home. Bottles all over the floor. Clothes, wet clothes, smelling, beach stuff, sand.
Lou, it just like blows your mind because my younger brother for the longest time was that way. Like I mean, literally just dropping something, letting it fall out of your hand, not even attempting to put it on a table or a nightstand, or it's just an amazing thing to be that relaxed about clothes, cups, bowls, silverware, trash. Yeah, it's crazy.
So is she? Have you been able to? Did you get through to her? Do you think it's not going to happen anymore?
I got through to her. She's been better, but when we were down last weekend, my wife pulled another 11 towels out of the room.
Yeah.
11 towels.
And I'm like, look, you got a couple weeks left. Can you make it smooth? Like, I'm actually in the car with my grandkids going over to Walt Whitman right now. We're heading down there. Day off, so.
All right.
Well, good luck.
Well, enjoy. We won't ask him about the tattoo on your dad's penis. Another time we'll talk about
I was
that.
just going to say, this is a tame call from Lou. That's why.
He's got kids in the car.
You hear giggles.
One's 5 and one's 2, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to remember that.
All right, Lou, have a good weekend, man.
All right, thanks, Press. All right, thanks, everybody. Have a good weekend.
All right. I'll see you, man. I'll lose the best. Okay. But anyhow, so far now, yes, things worked out well. We'll see if it holds. It won't, but we'll see if it holds. I don't know.
Little victories.
Yeah, little victories here and there. But I feel like saying I felt like going to them and saying, it's not fair. It's just not fair. We're cleaning up the mess you're making. I'm cleaning up the mess you're leaving behind. You don't clean up the messes I leave behind.
Isn't it passing of the torch though?
But it's a futile argument because they don't care that trash is laying around.
Yeah,
I do. You know what I mean?
When you were their age, were there times where you were just as?
I mean, they're not defiant. They're just lazy about it. That's the thing. They're not doing it on purpose. They're just like, it doesn't occur to them that this looks unsightly and unsanitary and all the things that come along with making a big mess like that. It just doesn't. And I have to have him. And yes, in my own mind, I probably wouldn't have cared either at that time.
How do they feel about the conversation? Like they have to know we talked about it.
I don't know.
Like in that you don't care.
I didn't talk
about
so
that.
much yesterday. I played video games.
You were the kid.
I wanted me time. I wanted to do nothing.
I'm having daddy time.
Yep, I went and I played a World War II game and killed Nazis all day.
Which is always good.
Which is a wonderful thing.
You can kill it as long as you're killing Nazis.
As many as you want. Yeah. So. But anyhow, it went well. Listen, I'm going to do one connoisseur story.
Oh, we have to do
that. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't.
It's time for the Reader's Digest version of the connoisseur.
Maybe two, because there's another good food one, and these two will come and go too quickly, and I can't let these go. So Oscar Mayer is selling its first ever cold dog, a frozen pop treat that tastes like a hot wiener.
Ew.
That boasts both refreshing and smoky umami notes of a hot dog topped with a mustard swirl.
I hate everything about this.
Yeah, it's gross.
Disgusting.
And I love hot dogs and mustard.
Wiener.
No.
Not cold and in ice pop form.
The idea stems from an Instagram post on Oscar Mayer's account.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Oh, a chili dog, as in cold.
Yeah. Got it.
I like where you're going with that. Yep. So the idea apparently came from an Instagram post on Oscar Mayer's account a few months ago, in which its followers originally deemed the idea genius in a poll.
Yeah,
whatever.
right. Yeah.
What
were they smoking?
I will say it kind of looks like a fudgesicle.
Yeah.
Like just a different color, like a lighter pink.
Yeah,
but
but
it's the same shape.
But it doesn't taste that way.
No.
And the mustard is not a mustard. It's some sort of, what is it, like an icing, Preston? Or
I
something?
would think so, but it's got a mustard flavor to it. So
stupid.
An Oscar Mayer spokesperson, Ann Field, said after the overwhelming fan excitement for our beloved cold dog, it was a no-brainer to make this hot dog-inspired frozen pop a reality. But it's not a nationwide release, so the cold dog is now on sale for $2 at select Pop Bar locations in Long Beach, New York City, New Orleans, and Alpharetta, Georgia, while supplies last. So
it's limited.
Yeah, it's one of those.
They know it's a dog, no pun intended.
Pop Bar is a chain of gelato shops, by the way, that helped Oscar Mayer make this freakish flavor. So it's a pop.
It's freakish.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on a chili dog. CHILLY.
Chili.
Oh.
Yes, I like how that works out. All right, and then we'll just do one more because time-wise, we're not going to go crazy. You know what? I'll do two more.
Wait.
I apologize.
Marissa just noticed.
Oh, the bell. Yeah. Order up.
Do it right.
Okay. Joey Chestnut broke a new world record, and this is for popcorn.
Yeah, no, this is something, man. Maybe I could compete in it. So I love popcorn.
He ate 32 servings of popcorn. Each serving is 24 ounces each.
Wow.
In 8 minutes. And of course, he has 15 wins at the annual Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest in New York.
Am I the sole popcorn fan here?
To that level. Yeah.
Yeah.
You go above and beyond.
You love it so much.
So he took on the popcorn eating challenge at Victory Field in Indianapolis for a minor league baseball game. He downed 32 of the 24-ounce servings of popcorn in the allotted 8 minutes, beating out the record of 28.5 servings, which was set in Vegas last year. He was talking about his strategy ahead of time. He said, I'll be drinking water. One hand is going to be gripping the right side handful, squeezing it just enough, one chew in my mouth, and a sip of water to chug it down.
So I got to imagine that's got to like cut up your throat as you're,
Yes.
Right?
I guess that's why he was using the water to like moisten all the popcorn.
But still, you're not going to break down the
little kernel edges. Yeah. Maybe a couple of chews, he said, toward the end of the contest. My throat's going to be tired, so I'm going to have to chew a little bit more. I might have to drink a bit more water. It's going to be a bottle. This is his 50th competitive eating world record. He really is the GOAT.
He's got to be.
Of this.
Has he ever eaten a goat?
Nobody comes close. He needs to do a goat eating contest. And it's wild because you don't look at the guy and go, yeah, that's the world champion of eating of contest.
No outward indicator.
No.
But that Kobayashi guy, like he was
saying, was there some sort of controversy? Did you mention it last time, Nick, that there was something that had been done, or there was a suggestion that he might have? Still, it's impressive, but that he was doing something to sidestep the rules.
I don't remember.
Well, the guy called in, remember? Who was the pierogi contest.
Oh, okay.
Eating contest. And he said something about that, but I don't remember what the
About
specifics-
Kobayashi?
Yeah, about Kobayashi.
It's a cutthroat world, that competitive eating.
Yeah.
All right. Order up. Oh, music, please. Thank you. So this is a follow-up. You remember Hers had the contest to determine the quintessential Philadelphia flavored chip?
Yes.
They had a winner.
And it is?
The three were the 215 special sauce, Whiz Wit, and the Long Hots and Sharp Provolone.
I didn't know that they didn't choose a winner.
They did.
But just recently, though?
Earlier this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there might have been over the weekend. But they have chosen the Long Hots and Sharp Provolone flavor.
Do we get to sample these or did we
They
not?
did not send any over to us.
I thought
Was
we
this
did
the,
try them.
No, I didn't. I thought Connor tried them.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Connor tried them.
More than 11,000 people voted on the contest. They have been sold as part of a limited time line since June.
God, I love hers.
The winning flavor created by Ryan Regal is an ode to the city's love for roast pork. Combines a roasted pepper flavor with hints of provolone cheese.
Hers, their cheese balls are so effing good.
The 215 special, their special sauce is the best name, though.
I do like that.
Yeah.
It's got the area code in it, and special sauce is kind of a nod to G Love and special sauce, I would think.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
So, as the contest winner, Regal of Philadelphia will receive a $10,000 supply, $10,000 in a year supply of her snacks, and a $10,000 donation to a Philadelphia-based nonprofit of his choice. He selected Philabundance. Yay!
Well,
that's good. So that's great. And he had said of his chips, the flavors complement each other perfectly, which is one thing everyone in Philly can agree upon. The creators of the runner-ups each will receive $1,000 and a year's supply of hers products.
Excellent.
Well. Yep. All right, one more story. Order up. I like this. McDonald's has introduced a sandwich called the Chicken Big Mac. The Chicken Big Mac.
I think it's the Chicken Big Mac, but I love this as well, Preston.
I would like to try this. Okay, so it's going to include 2 tempura chicken patties, pickles, shredded lettuce, and American cheese. A combination the company said was a huge success when it was rolled out to customers in the UK. So they've already test marketed this.
So we're looking at a picture of it, but however, this looks like the patties are breaded. They're not straight up grilled tempura.
Yeah, no, tempura is breaded.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, then, no, that's tampons I was thinking of.
Oh.
Very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, tempura is battered.
I did not realize that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So when you get like vegetables tempura at a Japanese restaurant, it's covered in batter.
Well, then it makes sense.
Those are yummy.
Yeah.
So the McDonald's CEO, Chris Kempczynski, said, chicken continues to be a significant opportunity for us. We've got some great global equities already in our McNuggets and with McChicken. But we also have some equities in McCrispy and McSpicy.
Blah, blah, blah.
That we think we've got an opportunity to do.
It's a great day for chickens.
More with globally. So that's going to be a priority area.
You a Big Mac fan?
I am.
I
love them.
That was my thing. That was my go-to, the original Big Mac. Now, this concoction, I'm into this.
The Mac Jr. I loved it.
Perfect size, too.
It was.
As is.
Easier to eat.
The Junior Whopper.
I agree with you.
I'm a junior at heart.
The new sandwich will be rolled out later this month for a limited time at select.
Name the dog, Indiana.
Junior.
That's a junior.
This chicken sandwich is great. I hate the way Sean Connery eats. Yeah. I hate it.
By the way, Sean Connery never ate that way as James Bond.
Dude, when he, I think as he got older.
He's dead, too.
As he got older, because in The Hunt for Red October, all the officers are sitting around eating. They're talking about how now the Russian fleet is coming after them. And he's sitting there chewing. He goes, I give us 1 chance in 3. And I just hate the way his lips are shaped. Kathy, the noise it makes when he eats. I give us 1 chance in 3. I can't stand it.
Now maybe Bond, much more suave.
Maybe he'll like the McChicken. I don't know. The new sandwich is going to be rolled out, like I said, later this month. Limited time. It says at select Miami location. What?
That must be their test market. Damn it.
That's too bad.
That's a crock of crap.
I think they got a winner here.
Chicken dinner.
Their more recent chicken sandwiches, I think, have gotten much, much better.
Yes.
So they.
I would still say this.
You got to go. Hats off to Popeyes for kind of changing everybody's.
They reset the game.
Chicken sandwiches. They did.
My favorite chicken sandwich still is Hip City Veg, which has no chicken in it. But it's. Have you ever had that?
Yes, and Steve, I have a competitor for you. I actually stopped by Wilson's Secret Sauce yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
And now they have Tyndall, which is like a new chicken.
Yeah.
And he made me chicken or Tyndall nuggets, and I used their chili lime sauce.
I don't know what Tyndall is.
So it's like a comparable to Impossible, but it kind of looks like a little chicken patty.
Mm-hmm.
And it's vegetarian.
And Tyson.
And the Tyson ones are really good.
Excellent.
Yes.
And of course, they make over at Wilson's. Preston, you'll agree. It's probably my favorite cheesesteak.
I prefer it, the Impossible cheesesteak.
Yeah,
I love it. Whatever it is, whatever they've made that material from, and I know it's plant based. I love it. I would if I go there, I'm going to order. Now I'm probably going to get something like brisket or something if I'm going to Wilson's. But if I'm going to order the cheesesteak, absolutely my option will be that Impossible cheesesteak. It is so good. All right, that's it.
That's it.
Orders are up. Restaurants sold out. Thank you. We're closed for business. We appreciate you stopping by. But we need to take a break because we got other things to get to, including the Bizarre File and more. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid to I got to hide just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. but actually on his tombstone it says there goes the neighborhood because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
Coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dead. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with. More human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different people are now just right before quarantine, they were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be, and for years, an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
You have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that it? Steven Starr's Comedy Club? Or
no, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Steven Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
that. You're going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're going to ask
so that we don't talk over one another. And so that, but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately. And I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood. And I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private, because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up, because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that, and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that. The economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss! So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really. They talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. It was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, "So are we going to hang out?" Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, "Oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to." And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, "Hello, who is this?" And I said, "Oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I was on that show Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone. He's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up? Is it
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock one, Live Nation called, said we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just gonna be in and out to AC and then back, or are you gonna be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could.
Yeah.
I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Just getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get to that quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy. I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations and stuff like that. So you
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate it.
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well, and is that a nice rest, a diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure.
Presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought in this morning by TMA Bucks. They encourage you to visit Bucks County by leaving the car at home and riding SEPTA Regional Rail. You can go to tmabucks.com and check out their Bucks County Public Transit Ride Guide for trip planning assistance. All right, we'll start with this. A naughty trio swiped more than $83,000 worth of sex toys from a Texas shop, including the world's most extravagant Swarovski's crystal-encrusted vibrator, according to the store. Yes.
That was the crystals that was on Luenell's shirt.
That's right.
okay.
Yeah.
The racy broad daylight heist happened on June 30th at Sexology Institute in San Antonio, where surveillance video catching the people breaking into the front door.
Is there a sexier city than San Antonio?
Them filling bags with sex toys, lubricants, and lingerie before bolting into a truck.
You fellas having a sex party?
The special fancy pleasure toy, the one that I'd mentioned, the crystal encrusted, is valued around $14,479.
Wow.
And it was a favorite among customers who would take pictures with it. The thieves, who took nearly everything in the store, including the cash register, have not yet been caught. The only items left behind were books and the LGBTQI merchandise. The store was forced to close its brick-and-mortar online shops in order to restock.
That sucks.
Unfortunately, the men were wearing masks, gloves, and there were no clear identifiers. The truck seems to be a 2006 black-primed Chevy Silverado, so police are trying to find them. Here's a story. Trainer Daniel Cohn has flown so often with exotic animals that he doesn't think much of it, though a bald eagle sighting at a North Carolina airport turned heads this week with video from the security checkpoint going viral. Cohn is the assistant director of the St. Louis-based World Bird Sanctuary and said, anytime that you're working with an exotic animal like a bald eagle, you're going to draw more attention. I've traveled with this eagle so many times, though, I don't even think twice about it anymore. The unexpected guest, a 19-year-old raptor named Clark, was captured by a fellow traveler going through airport security on Monday at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Clark apparently flies between 5 and 7 times a year.
Wow.
And Cohn said
Can't you bump me up to first class, for Christ's sake?
Who was captured in the photos and footage from the airport holding the nearly 8-pound bird. In this instance, they were traveling on Southwest Airlines back home to St. Louis after helping welcome new freshmen at High Point University.
Yeah, I'll have a 7 and 7. Here's my credit card.
Clark has been coming to the school for over a decade and is also a regular at its Veterans Day ceremony and graduation. The sanctuary trainers typically are taken to a back room while going through security with their animals for more privacy, though in this case, they were a little bit more out in the open. And they said Clark doesn't really mind. Cohn said he's a ham and he eats it up.
Doesn't it suck when you're on a flight and you get stuck next to a chatty eagle?
Yeah. Howell says...
And then my kids, let me show you, this is the youngest one. It just started daycare. It's just adorable.
Come on, leave me alone.
Howell says that it's the airline's discretion when it comes to what animals they'll allow on commercial flights.
Yeah.
The airline noted TSA that the bald eagle would be traveling through on Monday, so it could be prepared to conduct the screening. TSA agents brought the bird into a separate lane where it was removed from its carrier and for the screening before the patient returned.
The thing that amazes me, though, Preston, is that these birds like this, or like an owl, when they crap, they projectile crap. Why would you risk that on a flight?
I don't know.
You can't put a diaper on an eagle. Trust me, I've tried.
Eagles! Do you want to start that from the beginning? I thought it was bald eagles! There you go. Cohn said he always flies Southwest with Clark and the sanctuary's other bald eagles. They have a custom-made carrier for the birds that fits in the bulkhead of the cabin.
All right.
And Clark tends to get the most airtime, though Cohn said he recently flew out with a male endangered Egyptian vulture so that it could breed at the San Diego Zoo. A Texas man was forced to wrangle an alligator after it blocked his front door ahead of his daughter's first day of school. Mike Trend said that his daughter found the alligator right outside of their home, preventing him from getting into the car to go to school. He said, I woke up this morning groggy. It's my daughter's first day in middle school, so she runs back saying, Dad, there's an alligator in the front door.
Wow.
And I'm thinking she's joking, not wanting to go to school. And I say, just stop it. We're going to school today.
You're being stupid.
Upon further investigation, though, Trend found that his daughter was telling the truth, and there was indeed a large alligator lying on their driveway. This is in Missouri, by the way. So
I thought she was kidding, right?
Trend called multiple wildlife rescue facilities, but none of them were able to make it out to tend to the alligator. So he determined to get his daughter to school. He said that he channeled the late Steve Irwin to figure out a solution. Said knowing that covering the alligator's eyes would help calm it down, he threw a towel over the animal's head. Said first one missed, second one missed, and then you could see the alligator was angry. Its mouth was open. Following this, he was able to get around the alligator to get his daughter to school, but when he returned home, it was still there. He then held the alligator's mouth closed while his other daughter taped the reptile's powerful jaws closed with duct tape. So he's like, yeah, I'll do that.
Teamwork.
Yeah, Trent and a friend then drove the alligator to a nearby pond to release it into the wild.
I like how the animal agencies are. We've got a lot to do today.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we can make it up for your alligator encounter.
Still, one of the best moments ever was the guy with the trash can.
Yeah. Brilliant.
That was last year.
Yeah.
That managed to wrangle that alligator. That was incredible.
Yeah.
That he was able to do that.
Wasn't he from Philadelphia?
I think he might have been. He was a
Philly
transplant.
ties. Yeah, he lived down in Florida.
Maybe. All right, and then finally, we will end with this story. Yeah, let's go with this. Deputies from the Spokane County Sheriff's Office arrest a burglary suspect for second-degree burglary. Deputies responded to the report of activity and a burglary at the Church of the Nazarene. The person who called to report the burglary said they saw a man walking around the inside of the church on the surveillance footage wearing a mask over his face. He had a flashlight and was looking for audio equipment. One of the deputies saw the suspect, who turned out to be Grant Simonson, walk past an open window and begin to climb out of the church. When following commands from the deputies, and this is as this guy is doing this place, a skunk came over and sprayed him.
Oh, my God.
Simonson was taken into custody without further incident, telling authorities he was curious.
Now I'll teach you to perform sacrilege.
He was booked for second-degree burglary. I saw a skunk this morning. On the way into work. Yeah, it wasn't dead. He was just hanging out by the side of the road.
You want to talk about an animal that can spray?
Yep.
Like that, a thick stream. It's wild.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break, but I'm going to give away the last of these Fandango tickets that I have to see the movie Fall. And we'll take callers 10, 11, and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. After they climb 2,000 feet to the top of a remote, abandoned radio tower, two friends find themselves stranded with no way down. It's in theaters now from Lionsgate. So 10, 11, and 12, you get the movie passes to go see Fall. We're going to take a break. Lesson question, trash music news. They're up next.
Fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does. And
She's
the Hallmark
queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast, or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right.
But you that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And
Yeah.
as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too. You know,
That's
which is what I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's, you know, it's
Exactly.
where people, no matter what you say, people, you know, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right, canceled.
Right. It's
Cancel
bizarre,
him.
man.
Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but, you know.
3 or 4 days?
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, you know, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
and then, but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget! The one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It says
I gotcha.
later, darker.
Oh
Yes,
my God.
no, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood. And like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he will be he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it. He didn't like certain aspects of it and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him,
deadline to get set up for this. Monday is the deadline. I'm talking about the President's Eve Battle of the Experts. This is for It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So if you're a self-proclaimed expert, you boast about all that you know about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you're the person we're looking for.
There's a lot to know.
So, how many seasons?
What is it? How many seasons
12,
think are we
11,
at
I
now?
don't know.
15, I think.
15.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of material there. We even had Rob on the other day. He said our viewers know way more about the show than we do. And they wrote it.
They
didn't just act in it.
Yep.
They wrote it. So if you are one of those, we need to hear about it. All right, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com now and tell us why you think you know the gang better than anyone else. And then we'll grab 2 people, bring you in here, go head-to-head in a trivia competition on September 1st. It's a Thursday morning. And the winner is going to get the full meet and greet and VIP tickets for the Always Sunny podcast Monday, September 19th at the Met.
And it's not like they just slapped VIP on it. You're getting a real VIP package.
Yep. It's the deal. So let's get you on board. Go to PrestonandSteve.com. Sign up there. Deadline's on Monday. We will do the whole thing next week. All right. And I assume we'll contact people on Tuesday, maybe.
Yeah,
'Cause we
Monday
gotta go through all
afternoon,
the-
Tuesday, yeah. But
right.
be available Thursday. If you're not available Thursday, you're out.
Yeah, don't enter. All right, lesson question time. We're going to give away a pair of tickets for the Philly Burger Brawl, Sunday, October 23rd, Xfinity Live. The question that we have this morning is Luciano Pavarotti's Hollywood star is next to which other notable celebrities? You can give us one.
Yeah.
There were 2 that were mentioned. 215-263-WMMR. Luciano Pavarotti, his Hollywood star, is next to which other notable celebrities? Just name one of them, and you win the prize. 215-263-WMMR. Call right now. We'll do this while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia presents Candlebox coming September 4th. Tickets are on sale at livecasino.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Kim Kardashian says she's ready for another sexual relationship just weeks after breaking up with Pete Davidson. Kim explained, saying her Botox injections will begin to migrate if the temperature in her vagina drops below 90 degrees.
Oh, my God. Dude.
Dennis Rodman says he's traveling to Russia in an attempt to free Brittany Griner, who's currently being held in Moscow. Rodman says people assumed he knew nothing about international diplomacy until he, quote, completely won over the Japanese people of North Korea.
Hey!
And finally, the only Love is Blind Season 2 couples to get married, Daniel Rule and Luke Thompson and Ileana McNeely and Jarrett Jones. They're all getting divorced. Both couples issued a statement saying, quote, there often comes a time in a relationship when you are no longer contractually obligated to stay married.
Oh,
my God. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. We'll see if someone does indeed know the answer to this question. Which Luciano Pavarotti's Hollywood star is next to which other notable celebrities? And we just need one of them. 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Paul for the answer. Hey, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. All right, Paul, Luciano Pavarotti is next to who?
Rick D.
Rick D. Yeah. Or we would have accepted Carrot Top, too. So congratulations, Paul. You got it right. We're going to give you a pair of tickets for the Philly Burger Brawl, Sunday, October 23rd, Xfinity Live. You can enjoy unlimited samples of burgers from over 60 of the area's leading restaurants and chefs. Plus, live music and activities all day. Tickets are on sale now. Go to WMMR.com, keyword burger. Proceeds benefit both the Philly Parks and Rec at Risk Teen Initiative and the School District of Philadelphia's after-school programming.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
Sorry. I was looking for one more story.
It's very dramatic.
All right, so we're going to start with this. Limp Bizkit's Fred Durst has landed a role in the upcoming horror film called I Saw the TV Glow. The movie will also star Phoebe Bridgers and Snail Mail's Lindsay Jordan, according to Consequence, which reports that all 3 artists will also play as musicians in the film. According to the
That would really be acting for him.
That'll be a stretch. According to the Hollywood Reporter, production on the film wrapped up earlier this month. No release date has been announced as of yet. Coldplay has been near the top of Billboard Monthly's top tours chart for nearly a year, and now the band has crossed the hurdle. The first few shows of the band's European tour sold over 700,000 tickets, and that puts them at number 1 in the July box score report. Translated to dollars, that means they grossed more than $60 million for that short span of time. That's an average of $6.1 million per concert. Now, obviously, there's production costs
Overhead,
and all that
yeah.
other stuff, that you have to pay for that. But
Probably like $2,000 or $3,000 per show, right?
Yeah, maybe. It's got to really be pushing it. Coldplay recently wrapped a 6-night stint at London's Wembley Stadium and just announced a string of new European dates. 6 nights at Wembley.
Yeah, they were all sold out.
Wow. That's one that Mick was at.
Yep.
That's
So,
right.
Mick Jagger.
Great show.
Singing. What was your favorite song?
Yellow.
Yes. I love Yellow, huh?
Yeah.
Along with a selfie, the crowd in the background, they posted what an amazing way to finish the 2022 European leg of this tour. The estranged wife of Metallica frontman James Hetfield has broken her silence regarding the pair's impending divorce after 25 years of marriage and nearly 30 years together. Francesca Hetfield was quoted by TMZ as saying, "After 30 years of ups and downs, but always with a lot of love, I'm extremely saddened that my marriage has come to this." Earlier this month, James filed for divorce, with TMZ reporting Hetfield had filed the papers in California earlier this year. The couple who met in 1992, married in 1997. They have 3 adult children, 24-year-old Callie, 22-year-old Castor, and 20-year-old Marcella.
She wrote it on Instagram. She gave me fuel. She gave me fire. She's a filthy, cheating liar.
I did not see that, but it makes perfect sense. Beautiful. Yeah. Let's see. Set for release digitally on September 16th is the soundtrack to Brett Morgen's David Bowie documentary, Moonage Daydream. Highlights on the set include a previously unreleased live medley of the Gene Genie, Love Me Do, the Gene Genie, recorded live at the final Ziggy Stardust concert in 1973, featuring Jeff Beck on guitar.
Oh, cool.
Other rarities include an early version of the hunky-dory favorite Quicksand and a previously unreleased live version of Rock and Roll With Me from the legendary 1974 tour Behind Diamond Dogs. The CD version of the set will be released November 18th. Moonage Daydream, which spans Bowie's entire career, hits theaters and IMAX on September 16th. That should be pretty cool.
Yeah. I remember years ago. Do you remember when they used to have TV commercials for album releases
Sure. Yeah,
all the
absolutely.
time?
Yeah.
Bowie used to have some great commercials, especially around this time. It was just really cool.
I remember
wild imagery.
I remember a commercial for Elton John, Captain Fantastic,
Yes.
and the Dirt Brown Cowboy. And they would have these big animations and big flashy, effects and stuff like that. But yeah, they would have commercials for albums. You're absolutely correct. Speaking of albums, this weekend's featured artist is the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and we will have an opportunity for you to get their new album, Unlimited Love, on vinyl. But along with that comes chances to get tickets for their big outdoor summer show September 3rd, which is right around the corner.
Wow.
At the ballpark with the Strokes and Thundercat. So listen up for double shots every hour. Hits, deep cuts, and the brand new single Tip of My Tongue will be played here all weekend long. Tickets for that show, by the way, at Ticketmaster. And if you want another chance to win and you're an MMR VIP, you just go to WMMR.com and you can have a shot at it. And there you go. That's what I have in music news for you this morning. All right, while we take a break, I'm going to give away the last of our Bud Light Seltzer. And we'll take callers 8 and 9 at 215-263-WMMR. You just have to be at least 21 years of age. We'll give it to a 16-year-old.
Yeah, why not, man?
No, actually,
You got to get good.
You got to be 21.
Kidding. Just kidding.
You won Bud Light Seltzer Classic Variety Pack if you're caller 8 or 9 with refreshing fruit flavors like watermelon, tangerine,
Still typing.
mango,
Just can't stop.
and black cherry. It's 100% seltzer with no beer included. Try the loudest flavors out today. All right, we're going to take a break. We are going to come back in just a moment. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. More when we get back. Stay there.
And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I gave them, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky?
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
we watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't it?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys.
And you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
It's more believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? He goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready to, I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you. And you will fall in love with this dude the second he says, the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl, I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban, how do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah,
that guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
That guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife, and we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope. That's great. And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch Mandalorian.
Like missing Casey. I would like to thank the fill-in. She did a great job, Marissa McDonald.
Thank God.
As I said earlier this morning, my caddy, which is kind of like just gives me the things that I need to make sure that the show goes forward.
Yeah.
So did a great job. And Casey apparently looks good. His colonoscopy went well. He's
no
doing
polyps.
Fine. No polyps. He's a happy boy.
Nothing to lasso.
Nope. And so he'll be in back next week.
So he gets 10. If you go in and your colon's clean, you get 10 years. If they get, they can remove things. A lot of people don't know that. You can catch stuff well in advance.
Yep.
And that's and then it's 5 years. But it's good to just do that, get it over with. And
please, yeah.
Peace of mind.
Yep. And Dr. Mike highly recommends it.
Absolutely.
He's always going on about colonoscopy.
Both he and I do it just for recreation.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
You guys have gotten used to it.
Absolutely.
I saw a funny clip, Steve. You may have seen it before, but every 3 or 4 years, depending on the regularity, Tom Hanks, Steve Martin, and Martin Short get together and have a colonoscopy party.
They do the prep and everything.
They do the shots and they hang and they stay at Steve's house and Martin Short.
Shut up.
It's a really funny story and Martin tells it a million times better. than I do, but they do it, for their health.
Yeah.
But they get together and hang out at Steve Martin's house.
I love that so
Yeah.
much.
Isn't that a great idea?
That's a great idea. Okay. Well, maybe we'll start.
We should
a new
go hang with
tradition
them.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's our invite?
You guys should start cycling together.
All right, I would like to thank our guests. We had Luenell on the show, and she is a doll and funny, and she is at Helium Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow, and even a Sunday show, so heliumcomedy.com. And then we followed that up with the great Michael Yo.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
And his show is called Amber Brown. It's on Apple TV, and he says even if you don't watch it, just turn it on and stream it.
Let it stream.
And that'll help them get another season. But he's such a great guest. We love having him on. It was wonderful.
And a surprise phone call from Tom McGovern.
Oh, my God. I
Chili
forgot.
dogs, yeah.
The guy who sings the Sucking on a Chili Dog song
Sucking on a chili dog.
actually called us.
Sucking on a chili dog.
It was great. And we'll have to get a live performance sometime because he's got Philly roots.
Let's not forget the plan, which would be really great, to have him out at the Camp Out for Hunger and have a mass sing-along.
And a chili dog party.
And a chili dog
for
party.
everyone. I think it'd be great. So we need to do the letter of the day. So I'll do it, I guess. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter E, as in everybody who knows the word should call in right now. And we'll take caller number 4 at 215-263-WMMR, and we'll see if you know it, and we'll see if you get that prize. If you do know it, you will get the prize if you're my caller that we go to. So it'll be number 4, and we'll see if you can win. Before we do that, we have a young man who's leaving us. You don't know him, but we do. He's one of our interns, and we're saying goodbye. Alex, intern Alex. His last day, and it's your last day because, dude, you go back to school tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm moving back tomorrow. So
where are you moving back to?
I'm moving back to Susquehanna. I'm moving back into my fraternity house.
Oh, okay. What fraternity?
Phi Mu Delta.
What was it again?
Phi Mu Delta.
Phi Mu Delta. Okay.
They're a relatively small fraternity, like nationally, and I believe I saw something yesterday where we're getting a chapter in Temple soon.
Oh, okay. Good for you. Nice. So you have brothers here in Philly. Nice. All right. So what year are you?
I'm going to be a junior coming up.
Okay. And you actually do some work at the radio station there, right?
Yes. I am the sports director of the radio station, the student-run radio station there.
Do you do a sports talk show? Do you do a regular show yourself?
Well, we have sports shows dedicated on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 8 to 9. And then I started about a year ago for my own personal show where I'll just play a bunch of music and every now and then talk about mainly Eagles.
Okay.
But I do go into like fantasy a little bit and just overall NFL.
Good for you, man. Yeah. And so have you enjoyed your time here on the show?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's definitely something I'm going to be missing. Just growing up, my parents always throwing Preston and Steve show on.
Awesome.
And just kind of surreal. Once I got this, once I actually got accepted, it was just a surreal moment that I will definitely never forget.
Well, the fact that you're going to you're embracing it yourself is cool, and we're happy that we were able to usher you along on that.
Did you pick up any tips or anything?
Definitely. I mean, I see how you guys go on the fly a lot, so that's what I was trying to do a bit more towards the end of last semester with my own shows, and even the sports shows when I was hosting those, just going a bit more on the fly.
Yeah.
Maybe have like a little things jotted down here and there.
Yeah. You know, that's the key, is that you have a ton of stuff ready to go, and that allows you the comfort to be able to veer in and out if you need to do that.
Yep.
But you always plan and have a structure and have things locked in.
Yeah,
and
have more than you need.
More than you need.
Yep.
Alex, are you the Tattoos Day story or is that Eric?
That would be Eric.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm not here on Tuesdays, so.
No, okay. There was another story, so I'm sorry for mixing it up, but it has been a pleasure having you here.
Yeah, thanks for helping out, man. We appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity. I don't know if you guys remember, but in my cover letter, I did mention how this would be 16 years ago now. My parents got accepted to come in on Tattoos Day.
Oh,
that's right.
Is this what you were talking about?
That's the Tattoos Day story. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I remember that. That's excellent.
So 16 years later just comes full circle, and it's crazy.
There we go.
You and your sister were here with your parents when they got matching tattoos.
Yeah, it was the middle of summer, and obviously me and my sister were 4.
Classic.
Wow. 4?
Oh,
my God. Classic story.
Didn't need to hear that. Please.
Yeah.
Wow.
You remember your parents getting tattoos and you were there with them?
Yeah, when you were 4.
That's right.
We were deep into our adulthood at that point.
Yeah.
Well, it's cool, man. Well, listen, hopefully we helped you out, and we wish you success, and thanks for helping us out.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you guys have done for me.
Our pleasure. Another intern on the way out into the wild blue yonder.
Then we're losing intern Pierre today.
Well, no, we're not. Actually, we're going to go to Benny to caller number 4 here. Hi, Benny. Good morning.
Good morning.
Benny, what is our word of the week?
Bite.
I don't know.
And Steve on 93.3.
Hang on. That is correct, Benny. Bite is right. And we're going to set you up with a $500 Visa gift card from Marvel Studios' She-Hulk Attorney at Law. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hang on, we'll get your info. Don't forget it stars Emmy Award winner Tatiana Maslany, and the original series is now streaming only on Disney+. So, how you doing, man?
Excellent.
Wonderful. Friday vibes, right?
Man, it's out there. It is out there.
It's a beautiful
Is it steamy yet?
It's warm. It's not overpowering.
All right, good.
But hopefully you have no meetings and can depart immediately.
We do have not any meetings.
Preston and I plan on going into the city and busk.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. There's a couple of great spots I'd recommend.
All right.
Rittenhouse Square is a good one. 17th and Locust is another one. And then 4th and South would be
We'll be doing the Pina Colada song.
Do you remember the gal Esther from Trying, the show?
Yes.
She came in, she called it Busking.
Busking.
Is a Buska.
She's a Bluski Russian.
Adorable.
Yes, she
Adored.
was.
What's up on your showgram today,
Well,
sir?
on the showgram, we'll have another pair of tickets for Alter Bridge and Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. We have got the Hooters playing in Quakertown tonight and Cape May tomorrow, and they were on with you guys earlier a couple days ago. So we'll do a block of the Hooters. Korn and Evanescence is happening tomorrow over in Camden, so we will combine a block for them. And it's Women's Equality Day, so some of our favorite female rockers shall be combined into a workforce block as well.
And there are a number of them now.
Yes,
It's really
there are.
cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, thank you to our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, the official grocery store of the President Steve Show. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. And Duncan, the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Next week, I don't know. Casey normally gives me a list of stuff. I don't know.
Stop asking me.
But we'll find out. We're going to have
Know
a great...
a lot, but I don't know that.
We will have a wonderful weekend. Hopefully you as well. And we'll have great shows next week.
Bert Kreischer, Stephen Wright,
The Sunny Contest.
the Sunny Contest,
Sunny.
lots of great stuff.
Well,
Excellent.
See?
Yeah. I don't know.
I thought we stunk, and that seems remotely entertaining.
Download the app, listen to us all the time.
All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great
What's an app?
weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.